doubt about it. And you going, meaning him, you going on Instagram talking about you just listening and how you have been victimized by people telling the truth. It's just unfair. James Harden showed up in a closeout game. He is fresh off of attempting 2 shots in the second half. And I said this, man, put that brother in crutches on one leg, and James Harden can get off more than 2 shots in a game. This is James Harden we talking about. How the hell that happened? Ultimately, what it comes down to is, what have you actually done? Now, what can you do? That's a part of it. The other part is, what did you do? And when it comes to the postseason, he hasn't stepped up. He's never been in an NBA final. He went to NBA Finals once in Oklahoma City as a reserve. Since he's been the face of a franchise, he's never gone to the NBA Finals. Okay, he's never won a championship. And when you talk about supermax dollars, at least you were box office in Houston because you were averaging 30 a game or 29 for 5 straight years. And then this year you come to Philadelphia and there's been slipping. There's no way around it. I wish I didn't have to say it. I'm not saying he can't come back from it, but that is what has happened. And lastly, you forced your way out of Houston, forced your way out of Oakland, get to Philadelphia, and you don't show us who you are, who you have been. You can't invest, what is it, over $225 extra million on top of the $47 million you're going to get for next season to be opposite. Player who's either shown slippage or shown an unwillingness to step up and embrace the fact that there's a responsibility that comes along with that amount of money. You can't do it.
I got a question. This is the question for me. Because I know a lot of your segments, you like to point this out when people get caught doing drugs. Do they drug test? Do they drug test on this show?
They don't, but they keep me every day of the week.
Tested, man.
I need to be drug tested? I need weed. Yeah, I need to be drug tested.
Man, get that brother his flowers, man. Get that brother his flowers, because when he gets the Mac, y'all, Matt Barnes, this person, y'all all do these things.
He espoused
The
out what a Supermax player does. I have 2 points about the Supermax in general, and then we can do whatever we want here. The first point is this. Outside of Steph Curry, there's been a handful of players that have signed a second Supermax, okay? Russell Westbrook, John Wall, I believe Damian Lillard as well. Of course, he was hurt this year, so that's how this sort of got the bitches changed. Yeah, the jury's still out on that one. But other than Steph, there's no guy that has signed a second Supermax at this age where it has actually worked out for the team. You have to be responsible as a team. My second point about the Supermax is the past point about being a normal team. You give Supermaxes to the second guy, you give Supermaxes to Robbins, you give Supermaxes to guys that can't elevate your team when the other guy's out in the playoffs. That's confusing. That's confusing. I have no personal agenda against James. I have no personal agenda against James. You're saying because he has a beard, I'm saying he shouldn't, because I'm talking about James, he shouldn't get the Supermax? I'm looking at this as objectively as I can, without emotion, and I just disagree with him.
Yeah, and you were an NBA player too. And you were.
And he's going to get paid. Pat, he's going to get paid
a lot of other people. You're not coming training camp unless you got a certain amount of money. You go sit here and tell me that another NBA brother.
Wait, when did I ever say?
I don't know. Maybe ESPN said something wrong there. Maybe it's me looking up my thing. But you were fighting for a contract. You were fighting for a contract.
First 2 days of free agency.
I'm just saying, but
I never asked for an extension. I never got an extension.
But if you had people on this show talking about J.J. Redick is not worth whatever guy he got, you would feel some type of way, brother. Regardless of what your numbers is, regardless of how you shot it, regardless of any of that, bro.
We all wanted to get paid more than we got paid. And if you're a bad player historically, you're going to want to compete. I get it. It's human nature.
But JJ, hold on for a second, man, because that's not right. You're not James Harden, you're Patrick Beverly. If James Harden was sitting in that seat and he was making, and I was saying that, I understand the pushback.
I like the challenge
on you, JJ, we're being objective talking about what we saw on the court. We can't do that. Why can't we do that? He's a basketball player. We go by what we saw.
It's a small sample size. That's all I'm saying. If you're gonna take something like put it in the larger sample size, you can't take what a person has done 3-4 months since he's been with a team and tell us that he shouldn't get the max. This is ridiculous.
Not the
like,
max.
That's all I'm saying.
The max is gonna cripple the team from doing other things they want to do financially. Is he worth that? That is an objective basketball discussion. That's not anything personal against James Harden.
I don't want to we're up against it here. Let me get into commercial real quick and we'll get back at it for sure.
Please.
Coming up here on First Take.
I used to be in Miami.
Yeah, that's yes. What's at stake for the Warriors? And dominating Game 7. JJ described it as snatching Knicks' son's soul. Let's get that correct. Just blowing it out by 33 points in front of his son's home crowd. Look at 35, 10, and 4. Spencer Dinwiddie also put up 30, but now they have a different type of challenge facing the seasoned Warriors. You know what? Let's bring in Big Swaggo. You know, Marcus, I need your energy right now this morning, okay? I need it right now. How are you doing? I need your good vibes only right now, Marcus.
Just a couple of things. First of all, it's been a problem on this show, so let's just get this out of the way.
Okay.
There's a little bit of hostility and some tenseness. I know the reason why. Everybody don't know what, and it's the big elephant in the room. Nobody wants to say it, so I'm going to say it for y'all.
What?
Y'all jealous that I'm in Miami. Y'all are I mean, that's what this really is. I mean, I'm in Miami, and y'all are not, and so as a result, you know, it's affecting everybody, you know. And I understand how this goes. I mean, JJ, you know, the male model himself, Fabio, what you want to call him, and stuff like that. I mean, but we know that you want to be out here getting a tan. We know how you feel. We know you want to be in the sunshine, all right? And Swagoo, I know where I don't know where you are, but I know where you're not. You ain't in Vegas, all right? And you ain't in LA. I understand, y'all. So I'm here for y'all. JJ, Swagoo, Molly, I'm thinking about y'all.
Thanks, Esteban.
Hold on.
Thank you.
JJ and Molly,
I see he put on the Miami uniform too. He got the Miami uniform on today.
You know it.
So the place,
but like,
you know how when you go know how when you go out in the country, right there by the baggage claim at the airport, they have that vintage thing you need for the city. That he picked that up in the Miami airport. He gonna make everybody believe it's custom made. He picked that up in the Miami airport next to the liquor store. That's what he bought it.
I assure you on everything I love, I ain't picked this up.
Oh yeah.
But judging by the shoulders and the lapel, I'm guessing Tom Ford. Am I right?
Yeah, sure you're right, JJ. Tom Ford, airport.
Can't hide new money. Okay, Marcus, I want to start with you, okay? Do you believe Luka can knock off the Warriors? Because we know it's a tall task.
Yeah, absolutely do. Why wouldn't I? Nobody thought they could knock off the Sun. And Luka did, and the others. Like, we talked about this, and I hear JJ and Stephen A. and Bev and Kurt, all of these guys talk about the playoffs. It's about the others. And obviously, you look at Golden State others who would be outside of Steph, Draymond, and Clay, and obviously what Jordan Poole has done in this playoffs, and you say, man, these dudes, these others are more, you feel more confident that they'll show up. But what I saw from Spencer Dinwiddie was vintage next Spencer Dinwiddie last game. What I see from Dorian Finney-Smith, what I see from Jalen Brunson, all of these guys know that they're going to have to add more than just having Luka. But if we would have asked the same question before the Dallas Mavericks played the Phoenix Suns, every one of the NBA guys at ESPN would have said no. Luka cannot knock off the Phoenix Suns. But ultimately, when you get to Eastern Western Conference Finals, and I know I'm talking to former NBA guys, I know I'm talking to Stephen A. who's covered this game longer than anybody, but you look at Luka, and this is what everybody gonna say. They gonna give Luka his. He's gonna be able to get his. Like Golden State did with LeBron James. The one year they won, and then the following year they gave LeBron what he needed while being up 3-1, and they ended up losing that series against that team that was led by one dominant player. But Luka controls pace. And when it comes to basketball, it's how much can you control pace as opposed to what Golden State wants to do in half-court sets, ball movement, continuously moving the ball, keeping defenders at bay. I look at this team with the Dallas Mavs, and I say this on the defensive end of the floor. They have the athleticism to be able to move the ball when moving the ball around. And then on the other hand, man, Luka is a force that can force you to play at the pace he wants to. So I don't think it's far-fetched that the Dallas Mavs can knock off the Golden State Warriors, but it'll be about the others because Luka can dominate pace in any game that he plays.
All right. Give us an opportunity to talk because of a couple of points you made. First of all, in the interest of full disclosure, we all know that Marcus is a little bit biased when it comes to the big Dallas. I mean, we all know that about Marcus. I mean, we know this. Okay. So let's get that out of the way. I will say this. I mean, when I made my pick, I was making the Suns over, for Game 7, I thought I was being asked about the Cowboys. I didn't know I was being asked about the Mavs. That's why I made that mistake. Okay? I thought I was being asked about the Cowboys. That's neither here nor there. My point to you is this. Can Luka knock off the Warriors? Yes. We have to give credit where credit is due. The brothers and sisters are. I got to give love and credit to J.C. Kidd and Nico Harris for pulling off that deal. I got Spencer Dinwiddie, the big D, and sent out Porzingis. I got to give all of that love because that was a tremendous deal in this part. And J.C. Kidd, every time I see him coach JJ, I'm watching him coach and I'm saying, damn Lakers, you had him right there on your bench. This is the guy you should have hired. Quite honest with you, would be looking for a coach now if you gave J.C. Kidd the job. But he's better off from it. He's in the state of paying no state income tax. He's much, much better off there. Here's the deal. It still don't matter. It ain't beating the Warriors. I mean, I know I was wrong about Game 7. Damn it, I can't see anybody. I can't see them beating the Warriors, okay? And if I'm wrong, damn it, I'll stand down again. But I doubt it. I think that Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and the crew are going to be too much offensively. And by the way, they bring defense to the equation. Can Luka knock off them? He can knock off anybody. But that don't mean it's going to happen. This is his first time out of the first round. Deserves props. He's advanced in additional series. Give him a lot of props for that. But I got the Warriors. I don't think that Luka's going to be enough.
Can we all just take 3 seconds
real quick and just read the bottom of the screen. The actual question.
Thank you.
The actual question.
What the hell?
But hold on a second. I know it's much sexier to write Luca in the question and not the Mavs. The answer to the question at the bottom of your screen is unequivocally no. Luca cannot beat the Warriors. But as we've seen both in the Utah series and in the Phoenix Suns series, when they have other guys, and they don't need 5 guys, they need 1 or 2 guys game to game, when they have other guys step up, they can win playoff games. Do I think they will win this series? Absolutely not. I think the Warriors will end up winning this series, but the Mavs are more than capable of knocking off the Warriors, and it's because of the supporting cast. You mentioned 2 things I want to touch on here, Marcus, which I thought were really important. Number 1, you said before the Sun series, no one would have picked the Mavs. How about after Game 2? After Game 2, Speed clearly looked like the better team. So the adjustment mid-series from Jason Kidd, let's give him credit. Let's acknowledge the fact that he may be able to make another adjustment in this series. The second thing you mentioned, which I think is probably even more important, is pace. Dallas Mavericks play slower than any other team. Luka controls the possession. So against a team like the Warriors that want to get out, shoot transition threes, move the ball, guess what? On the other end, it's going to crawl. It's going to crawl to a standstill, and Luka is going to control the game. So absolutely, the Mavs can do it. That's not my pick, but they can do it.
And I'm with both of y'all. I agree. I think the Warriors win this series. But I want to lock into something you just said, JJ, because, like, basketball in context, right? Like, when just the game in general, how are we going to play? That's really what it boils down to. Are you going to allow the way you play to dictate how I play? You know what I haven't seen any NBA team ever do to Luka Doncic? Force him to play the way they want to play. And I think that's why when you look at Jason Kidd, he has the ability to make those adjustments because he has a 6'8" point guard that is not going to let Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green determine that the game is going to be up and down the floor every single possession. I think that's difficult to play against in a 7-game series, even though I believe the Warriors are going to win the game because it's going to come down to shooting, and you would bet on they shooting more than you would bet on the Dallas Mavs, even though the Mavs can fill it up as well.
A couple of points that I want to make before the game. Number 1, it's pretty difficult to dictate this if you're missing shots. And we're thinking about Luka, and we're thinking about the pace of play that he plays at. And we're also mentioning this before the cast. What we're not mentioning enough of is Golden State's ability to defend and force you to miss shots, which enables them to push the ball and dictate pace that way. That's number 1. And number 2, as an aside, Marcus Spears, Swagger, would you take a moment to issue a little warning to Mr. J.J. Redick? He sat up there and talked about the question at the bottom of the screen and all of this other stuff. Swagoo, will you caution this brother how often I watch what y'all say? JJ on all of these shows. JJ's on all of these shows. JJ also does his podcast. JJ doesn't realize that if you want to get literal and you want to be specific, you are at a point in time in your burgeoning career, J.J. Redick, where you are going to talk and I get to pick and choose what I want that you say. Do you really want to start that with me? I mean, Marcus Spears, can you warn this brother? I mean, J.J., you might be talking to your assistant, and I might quote you. Be careful, my brother.
JJ.
Be careful. You might go to Mr. Dibbs next door to get a burger or something, JJ.
You can still get him. You can still get him, but he ain't gonna forget what you say. You can still get him, but he will not forget what you say.
You wanna walk down that path, JJ? You go right ahead. I wait for you.
He's got an equal adversary in that regard. Because I hear everything Stephen A. says. I want to
Fair enough. something.
catalog too.
He don't know, Marcus. He don't know. I would remind
you know what this, you know what this
28
is?
years doing this. You go ahead and think you can quit like I do. You not
JJ,
spelled
you know
out.
what this is?
Not spelled out.
You know what this is, JJ? You remember last week I told you about the type of energy he had when he was nervous about the Warriors? You remember? So now they got the Dallas Mavericks. We all believe they're gonna win the series, and you feel this type of energy coming off of them right now.
I mean, makes sense.
We can't be too rational.
Whoever wins this series, let me ask you one other question. Whoever wins this series, do they win it all?
No.
Unfortunately not. That's whatever I'm gonna say. Be biased anyway, but I have a lot of confidence in you know, say Warriors. A lot of confidence.
How can you pick the Warriors right now, not having seen Game 1? You can't pick this series, huh?
I've been in a bunch of conferences since I was, since I got to the NBA. It's the only conference I know. I understand how tough it is. I'm not really familiar with the Eastern Conference. I understand what Golden State presents. I understand the history from Golden State without KD and with them. My educated guess after all those facts would be Golden State.
Okay. And as you look at this, do you think the team that comes out of this, JJ, this series, can win it all?
Well, I picked the Celtics. So I would say the Celtics can win it all. Yeah, the Celtics.
They can win it all. They can beat the Warriors, or they can beat who you got?
You say the Warriors? You got Warriors. You say Celtics. Love that series. Okay. Love that series. You say Celtics can beat the Warriors? Oh, basketball nerd. Hey, I'm a let go. Are you a nerd and I'm a nerd? One of the two.
I go. You can I love this. You guys have done an amazing job today, Pat, Bev, JJ, Monica. Don't go anywhere because I want to show you one more thing. But first, big night today on the NBA, on ESPN. NBA Countdown tips off at 7 Eastern, followed by the NBA Draft Lottery. Don't forget the...
Outside 33 double digits of Blue Jays on another one, 35-10-4. As for the Suns, not the performance they hoped for. Chris Paul has 10 points, Devin Booker 11. Here's the point guard, Coach James.
You know, you play long enough and you don't win. Every time you lose, they're gonna say it was your best chance. But I think for me, us is we'll be right back next year. Tell you that much. I'm not retiring tomorrow. Thank God. You know, hopefully I'm healthy, come back, but keep playing.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Chris Paul has now won 5 series after losing 2 games to none in his career. This is 2 more than any player in NBA history. Paul's performance in Game 7 didn't help his Suns' chances. He had a negative 39 plus minus, the worst of any game in his entire career. JJ Redick, Pat Beverly still here with us. Stephen, I know you want to say something quickly before we get into the debate.
I just want to sit there and just tell guys to catch you up one thing. Don't ever call you and James Harden like y'all are alike. That's James Harden's problem. Patrick Beverly will show up out of shape. Patrick Beverly is going to be whoever Patrick Beverly is. Whatever you're going to get from Patrick Beverly, defensive thing, that's what you're going to get. The problem with James Harden is that he doesn't give you what he needs to give you when he counts most. I love the brother. I'm wishing him well. You know, I know what a big-time talent he is, but he ain't you. He had that mentality. He wouldn't have took you 2 shots in the second half of a closeout playoff. Don't ever say that. I have no problem. Don't ever say that. Let's move on.
All right, so we'll go back to Chris Paul there. So was this CP3's last shot at a title?
I believe it is. I believe it is. I agree with you. Get your chance. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Golden State, I believe, is going to be even better next year. Because I think Clay will be better. I think Jordan Poole will be better. I think Wiseman will be back in left position of his body. Steph Curry ain't fading because shots like that don't just go away. And I think that Golden State is going to be a team to be reckoned with. Dallas is clearly going to be a team to be reckoned with. I'm going to give Minnesota some love since Bev is there right next to me. Because Carl Anthony Towns, that brother Anthony Edwards is something different. That brother is something different. And he is something different. And he's coming. Memphis is here. They just had to go through what they had to go through. Know they're doing Memphis. Now, I don't know how they're going to keep it together in the future because you got a lot of cats who believe they're going to get paid and next stuff. But I think next year Memphis is going to be here. So that's 14, right? And you got Golden State, you got Dallas, you got Memphis, you got Minnesota, all right?
Healthy Denver.
Healthy Denver. Oh, Jamal Murray and Mike Porter Jr. coming back. We can't ignore them. That's 5 right there, okay? Clippers, if Kawhi and Paul George come back healthy, which we have every reason to believe is going to happen. That's 16. That's 16.
I'm not. Whatever coach says, this question. I don't want to talk about Lakers.
Well, you want to bring him up. But he didn't. He said the Lakers, and I have a problem with it. No, he said it. I didn't bring up the Lakers.
The Lakers usually go inside. Doesn't matter. And what happened after this?
What are you saying about
Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook. To me, you can't. He can't. That's not a fit for him. Number one. Number two, you can't be at their press conference talking about you wearing purple and gold, and you arrived and you never had any expectations. That's not what Lakers basketball is all about. You got to make a move. So in that regard, Anthony Davis got to get healthy. If Anthony Davis is healthy, LeBron is healthy, they'll be somebody to mess with, no doubt. But I guess without the Lakers, their guy, I gave him 16 points. Got it. And all I'm saying to you is this. I think this was Chris Paul's best chance. As presently constructed. Of course, we need to make a deal and something to change. But as presently constructed, this is it. Phoenix will not be in this position next year as presently constructed, I think.
Why are we, again, I don't want to keep beating on the same drum, but why are we
They were the defending conference champions last year. They won 4 games this year. That's why. That's why we were talking about it.
I got to get my understand why I got it. Once again,
What a guy was Windworth or whatever guy's name is. He spoke about his team being a great team. I just was trying to get the definition of a great team. So 63 games is a great team.
I think being in the finals last year and a chance potentially to go to the Western.
Did y'all win 50 games? Did you say that? Did you bring that up?
Yeah.
So what did you say about 64 Wednesday?
I guess they're a great team.
And they lost.
All right, JJ, get in here. Is this CP3's last shot at winning a title?
as president constructed, absolutely it is. I think they.
Yeah, I want some. Did you get my message? Yeah. No slaw, right, yep. And did you get an extra thing of salt? Oh, well, if you're still there, can you get it, or you already left? Okay, tell them extra salt. Alright, thanks. Bye.
That's not the Phoenix Suns shot profile. That's the guy they're missing to me, is a guy like that. The big question mark about them going forward, what do they do with DeAndre Ayton? Because at times, I think sometimes I look at their team, and Ayton's fantastic.
Whoa. He's okay.
Well, okay, that's fine. He's fantastic at punishing mismatches. In the two-man pick and roll with him and CP, they're the #1 offensive doer among high-volume pick and roll players. So he is fantastic. Yeah, he is fantastic. And he's 23 years old. CP is going to have that with any role with big, so that's not okay. DeAndre Jordan. But again, I'm talking about the last 2 years. I'll go back 6 NBA seasons. That was the best duo. So anybody Chris Paul has played with, that was the best duo in the team. Okay, DeAndre. So he is fantastic already. But my point is, there's times where I think, having that traditional rim protecting, rim running big Like, he's the one guy on your roster that you could facilitate a sign and trade with and potentially bring back a third player, a wing player that can get you buckets, that can guard. They just don't have that third option right now.
Let me say this to you about DeAndre Ayton since you brought his name up. And I want to make sure that I'm clear about this. I'm not questioning how good he is. He's young, he's talented, he's a 7-footer. I think he's got some promise, no doubt about that. He wants max dollars. I'm not sure he deserves that. But I will say this to you, because you do pay for projecting. Remember what you're going to do moving forward. You were drafted #1 in the same draft that Luka Doncic was taken.
And
You got
Trae Young.
Trae Young. Well, I just brought up because of yesterday's matchup.
Right.
But Trae Young wasn't a part of yesterday's matchup, but obviously. See, what Trae Young has in his favor, since you just brought him up, is that Trae Young had big moments in the full season where he showed up and he showed you that he was worthy of praise.
Lights gets bigger, he gets bigger.
That's right. Lights get bigger, he gets bigger.
Agreed.
We agree.
Agreed.
Right? Same thing with Luka. When you DeAndre Ayton, and you know that Luka's against you and it's a game 7. I know it's not a direct matchup. It ain't like he's defending against Luka. It's not like Luka got the ball in his hands. He's a stunner. He's relying on CP and others to get him the ball. I understand. But at the same time, 5 points, 2 of 5 shooting in the game 7. See, that kind of stuff matters.
I'm not looking at you. I'm gonna look at JJ.
Because what I'm
Let's
saying
go down the line.
Hold on.
Let's go down the line of Phoenix Suns roster. They all sucked last night. Should none of them get paid in the future? Are all of them horrible players?
Are you gonna answer?
No, hold on.
Answer your own question. I'll let you.
No.
You want me to answer it?
Is that what you're getting at?
No. What I'm saying to you.
There's a reason they didn't max him, Stephen A. There's a reason they didn't max him. It has nothing to do with playoff performance. He was good in the playoffs last year. There's a reason they didn't max him.
JJ,
because there's questions about his attitude. JJ, boom. There you go.
One of the things you can do is you don't just talk to players. You actually go talk to the people who cut checks too, and to see what they're thinking, whether they're right or wrong. Because a lot of times they're wrong. You can find the situation. I don't like the contract you have. I think you deserve more.
Yeah,
I think you deserve more. Okay? I didn't want you to retire. Remember that? I was like, the worst thing Philadelphia did was let you and Jimmy Butler walk out the door. As far as I'm concerned, make one more run at it. You should have never been in New Orleans. You should have been right there with Jimmy Butler. Philadelphia might have won a chip, in my estimation, if the two of you were there with Embiid and stuff like that. Hell, Ben Simmons might not have taken the place. I mean, for all we know. I mean, look, miracles could happen. What I'm saying is, moments like yesterday matter because people who cut checks look for an excuse not to give it to you. Even if they're wrong, they look for an excuse not to give it to you. And it's important that you don't provide it to them. And when a game 7 arrives, that's an important moment. It dictates a lot. And if you are DeAndre Ayton, they're going to remember that. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's important.
That's all I'm saying.
No, it's a valid point. I basically was agreeing with you without, you getting the point. It's a valid point. I think the thing to note with DeAndre Ayton is how he views himself. Prior to Chris Paul going there, he was a 20-point per game scorer. He was the #1 pick. He was like the guy besides Stephen Curry. So he's had to, in some ways, and I'm not saying he's done it, but in some ways he's had to sacrifice usage on that team. So he views himself as a max player. And then you get to the playoffs and you go halves without him touching the basketball. And a lot of that has to do with the Dallas defense. Because again, they're not operating in drop coverage. He's not getting those little 15-foot floaters. He's not getting the pocket pass with rolls all the way to the rim. And so there's a level of frustration. I opened Game 6. He didn't get the ball in the second half.
Go get it off the rim, 7-footer.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of bricks that Booker is putting up there.
Right.
So if you were great, what would Shaq do? I'll give you the ball, I'm a dunk. I don't want to hear none of that. I'm all about great.
I'm not saying
What would Will Chamberlain?
I'm not saying
What
it's right.
would Shaquille O'Neal do? Get it off the rim. I don't have it in the pick and roll. I'm going to get it off the rim. I'm going to go get it.
And one of the things that buffers Bam's point is that if you listen to Shaquille O'Neal, what does he always say? He's always bringing that up about the He's always saying, listen, shooting is our responsibility to get you the ball, etc. But if you don't, you got to find a way to go and have an impact.
And I guarantee
You got to do.
And I guarantee if he was to go up there and get 3 offensive rebounds, 3 dunks, I guarantee they'll post him the 4th time. But
some of that to me is they didn't coach him. And he shot 65% this year against mismatches. Anytime they switched, they didn't look. And when they did, he scored.
Okay, hold
Some of that is
that
on
thought. Everyone's trying to find a way, and I'm trying to find a way to get to commercial break. Coming up here on first day, Stephen A. got his wish, headed to...
He's going to the Eastern Conference Finals. There's a responsibility that comes with sitting in that chair.
I say this every time that I get to sit in this chair. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously. I take it very, very seriously.
Stephen A., ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está?
Todo está bien. Listo. Okay, vamos. Let's go. Concerning news for the Celtics defensive player of the year. It is a game day, folks. Not just Stephen A. hanging out in Miami for no reason. Defensive player of the year, Marcus
course, obviously, you know that, but he's playing tonight, so I don't really understand what he's talking about. We can talk about this all the time, but you know, he's never played here for a reason. He's playing tonight. It's tough to see, you know, we get compact plays and all that type of reason. Stuff is shown throughout the hall. So yeah, I'm not worried about him playing tonight. I'm excited to see him play.
So the one thing that I wanted to respond to JJ about is this. All things ain't equal, my brother. Now, I don't give a damn if Milwaukee Bucks are the reigning defending NBA champions. They're not the Miami Heat. When you talk about the Bucks being without Chris Middleton, with Chris Middleton, that's a different ballgame. But without Chris Middleton, the Milwaukee Bucks ain't this Miami Heat team. Not this year, not the way they're coached, not the personnel that they've had to play, not the way that they played for the vast majority of the season. I think the Miami Heat presented an entirely different challenge at this moment in time than the Bucks presented last series because they didn't have Chris Middleton. If they had Chris Middleton, your argument is 100% correct. But they don't have Chris Middleton. So the Boston Celtics team, that Milwaukee Bucks team they were going against, that ain't what they're about to go up. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. It certainly is taken into consideration that the Miami Heat are a much better team. Probably make an argument they're a deeper team than the Milwaukee Bucks. Even with Chris Middleton in the lineup, Giannis is not playing in the series. They beat Giannis, and I think that's taken into consideration. Well, they beat the best players in the world, playing at an all-time level. They've proven they can win without one. Well, clarification. First of all, I don't believe Giannis to be the best player in the world. I still believe that he's Kevin Durant. That's my personal thing. That's number one. Number two, because of the arsenal that he brings to the table, you got to look at Giannis from this perspective. He's coming downhill at you, unstoppable, ever coming to the basket. He's the most dominant force in the game. I don't think anybody would do that. But he's limited in what he can do offensively from the perimeter, and he's limited in what he can do from the free throw line. I think when you look at the Miami Heat, it's a different problem because they do have perimeter shooters. They've got to start in Jimmy Butler, who plays perimeter shooters. When you take that into consideration, even though they're not Giannis because of how you can finish at the basket, they pose an entirely different problem for a Boston Celtics team devoid of the services of Marcus Smart. I'm saying Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, it puts an immense amount of significantly more pressure on them if you don't have Marcus Smart. Because that means they got to do it on both ends before they don't get to take any breaks on the defensive side of the ball. That would be problematic for Miami. And that's why I say Marcus Smart. You know, we can end this, but I actually kind of agree with that definitely. I just want to answer the question. So I think Marcus Smart will play tonight. I don't think there's much to debate here too on that. But I do think they can win without him. But I just want to clarify one thing. Acknowledge one thing. And that is if you just said that Jimmy Butler was a and I love Jimmy Butler. He's one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. But I think that's the first time I've ever heard someone describe Jimmy Butler. I think he can shoot perimeter shots. Wait a minute. Jimmy Butler on this point don't come for finishing at the basket. We've seen it with plenty of perimeter shots. He can do that. He can do that.
What is percentage?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm jump right. You know, Giannis is the same quality jump shooter as a Jimmy Butler. I think Jimmy Butler's having it. Look up Jimmy's numbers from the mid-range I was, but Giannis shot over 42% from the mid-range this year. Well above. And Jimmy shot 20s at three for the last. First of all, Jimmy Butler missed some time during the season. Let's take that into consideration. A lot of times, what does it have to do with his shooting percentages? Jimmy Butler has basically not decided to not shoot threes. Now, when not was down threes, somewhere in the 30s during the thing is I'm not dismissing his First of all, JJ drowns and all this stuff like he's scared somebody. He's scared no damn body. The point that I'm trying to make is I don't think I'm erroneous. I don't think well, first of all, it's very rare that I'm erroneous, so let's keep that in mind because you wouldn't sit across you wouldn't waste your time sitting across from somebody who's erroneous that much, so we know better than that. So that's a lie, number one. Number two, let's take into account the fact that because Giannis is coming downhill,
I got the Celtics in 6.
There you go.
Now, obviously, both of these teams play great defense, but I think we all would agree. I think just about every NBA observer right now would say Boston has the best defense in the league. So I think that's going to be huge. And look, they stifled Kevin Durant. They gave Giannis about as much trouble as a defense can give him. And now they face Jimmy Butler, who is playing great and is a great the offensive end. So I think they're going to give Miami a lot of trouble. And I think that's the issue for Miami. I don't think they can have the scoring consistently to beat Boston. They haven't, offensively, they haven't shot the three well in the playoffs. And they need, if they're going to have a chance, now I feel completely confident about Boston winning this series. There's like not a part of me that thinks they might not. But if Miami's going to pull this off, Tyler Hero-Wise has got to step up. He has struggled in the playoffs. He's a sixth man of the year. He got my vote. He won the award. But he's gone from 20 points a game to 13 in the playoffs. He's gone from 40% shooting in the from three in the regular season. The playoffs. He's going to have to be huge for them to even have a chance. And on the other end, again, Miami's defense is great, but I don't think Boston's not going to see as much resistance at the rim, as good as Bam Adebayo is, as they saw against Milwaukee. And Miami also, kind of like Milwaukee, not the same philosophy exactly, but they force their opponents to shoot a lot of threes too. And we saw that Boston can shoot the three. We saw it against the Bucks. So Rouse, Jason Tatum, third time now in the conference finals. Jaylen Brown, fourth time in the conference finals, as young as those guys are. I think they're finally ready to take the next step and get to the finals. So Celtics in 6.
All right, I am back with you, Broussard. I'm back on the Celtics. I think Kyle Lowry missing game 1 already. I don't know how long he's going to be out for. I think that really hurts. And here's the thing, Nick. Club superstar. A lot of the guys in Club Superstar have to carry the entire load for their team. Luka has to carry the entire load. We saw Giannis have to carry the load for the Bucks. Kevin Durant had to carry the load. Jason Tatum, I don't know, only needs to win you 2 games. We have 2 big Tatum games, and then maybe a game from Jaylen Brown. Grant Williams won you game 7. Al Horford, even though Tatum had more points, Al Horford was really the spark in game 5. So I want Tatum to win 2 games. And I think they can easily do that. I think Jaylen wins you a game. And I think as what Antoine refers to as the others, maybe it's Grant, maybe it's Al Horford, wins you another game, and that's it. I'm going to say Celtics in 6.
Okay, so I'm incredibly conflicted on this pick. But everything you're saying about new defensive superstar Jason Tatum feels accurate. And in fact, I think Tatum's postseason he's being somehow maybe a little underrated. And we showed one of my favorites, blind reveal. And if we could put it on the screen along with my comments, just way to do that. So this is Jason Tatum this postseason against a legendary postseason that gets forgotten about. So it's basically equivalent everywhere except the other guy is far more efficient. Show me who that other guy is. Goodness gracious. Is that Jimmy Butler this postseason? Are we maybe underrating the 1 seed? Are we maybe underrating Jimmy Butler? Is the we maybe also me because Jimmy Butler denied entry to Club Superstar, despite he might not have as many conference finals as Jason NBA finals than Jason Tatum. But I was conflicted on this. However, now that I've heard the curse of the Broussard, which doesn't have quite the power that it once did, however, it does seem to fight championship picks. The curse of the Broussard doesn't transfer to individual series. But once Brew says you're going to win the title, whether the Clippers or the Nets or I don't even remember who it was. The Suns. It fights you. So I don't know who your title pick is, but there's a chance it could be Boston. But more importantly, a Wild's kiss of death. I'll go Miami in 7. I don't listen. I'm going to watch games in this series, Brew, where the Heat scores 77 points. And I say, how did I pick this team? But there's also going to be games in this series where all of a sudden Eric Spoelstra is playing Udonis Haslem just because he wants to. Where it's like, wait, why is that?
All the things. I got the Celtics in 6.
There you go.
Brew,
maybe why is that rotation? Spoelstra's going to be like, I know something you guys don't know. The Heat have home court. The Heat might. Brew, let me ask you this. Is it possible the
in the series. Hold on. Just real quick.
No.
Let me respond to that. Sorry.
I
Hold
love
on.
Jimmy
Wyatt.
Butler. Jason
It's
Tatum is the best player in the series.
It's so just let me just say, Wild. It's less about the Heat having home court and more about Boston not having. Can I get you there? It's less about the advantage of playing in Miami and less about Boston getting the edge from their home crowd in the Game 1 and the Game 7. But, Brew, there's no chance Jimmy Butler is better than Jason Tatum in this series? None? They can't have the best player in the series?
That he plays better. The best player in the series is Jason Tatum. Now, could Butler outplay him and play better? I guess that's always a possibility because Jimmy's great. But here's the thing, Nick, you didn't show, and I don't think he'll keep it up. Butler's been shooting well from 3. I think he's shooting 36% in the playoffs from 3.
That's what he else
You
in the
know
playoffs.
as well as I do. He's not a good three-point shooter. So I don't see him keeping that up either. And even with him shooting it well, we're not in the bubble anymore, and that coffee, it's not working. So, look, I got major respect for Miami. There's no doubt about it. But they are stepping up in class. Great coach. So that's why I'm saying 6. Nick, they start with Lowry out. They are starting 2 undrafted guys at the guard spots.
I know.
Max Strus and
I know.
Gabe
Somehow they're the 1 seed.
and I know they've gotten this
And they haven't
far,
faced a
so
Game
give them
7.
credit. But no, this is Boston series to win. No question about it. Nick, you're only going against the Celtics because Wilds picked them? That's why you're picking Miami, because Wilds picked the Celtics.
It was on a knife's edge. It was on a knife's edge, and you know I believe in basketball gods, and the basketball gods have really been anti-Kevin Wilds ever since. Again, they give you 1 strike, but his first strike was calling the Magic frisky. His second strike was abandoning John Morant in his time of need. And ever since then, the basketball gods have smited all of Wilds' picks. And so, yeah, when it's that close, I'm going anti-Wilds. I mean, that's what happens. Like, yeah,
Wilds, this is good news for you.
Magic.
This is great news for you, Wilds. You're gonna get sweet vindication, my friend. I had it yesterday. It felt so good. You're getting that in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, it'll be yours.
I'll put it on my calendar. Well, wait till the Magic get the number 1 pick tonight, too, Jenna.
Absolutely.
Frisky Magic, here we go.
Also, be sure to check out more of the best clips from First Things First, or go watch a few segments from our other shows on FS1. Who is the best player left in the playoff picture right now?
Well, I said this yesterday. I thought Luka Doncic, I don't think, and I know it, that Luka Doncic is the best player remaining in the playoffs. And I don't need stats to back this up. I have a very, very good respect when I wear my glasses. So from what I've seen over the last couple of years, if we just take this skill. He's leading his team in points, rebounds, and assists, although he missed the first 3 games with a calf injury. That lets you know just how good he is and what he does. Now, he can score the basketball. His scoring average speaks for itself. The second highest scoring average in NBA history. Oh, and he also gives you 9 rebounds, also 9 assists per game. So not only does he score the basketball, he makes sure everybody else gets easier shots than what they normally would if he was in the ballgame. And he can rebound. And if you think about what he's doing, if you look at what he's done, you look at the elite level defenders, he made mincemeat. They didn't win either of the game, either of the series. But he made mincemeat of a 2-time defensive player of the year in Kawhi Leonard. He did the same thing to Paul George. And remember, when they first got together, they said, this is the new Scotty and Michael. And Luka Doncic made mincemeat of them both. Mikal Bridges,
You remember games 3 and 4 in Dallas?
you always talk about 3 and 4. But what did he average? He put 46, 14, and 9 on them. He put 38, 9, and 12 on them. That's what he did. He averaged 35 points, double-digit assists, almost double-digit rebounds.
30% on him from the 3-point line.
See, that's what you do. To try to neutralize, when I tell you Michael Jordan shot 32% more career from the free, he didn't try. There you go, he didn't try. Well, Luka isn't trying. But all I know is what he's doing. You look at what he's done against elite level defenders. Mikal Bridges finished second in the MVP voting. Made mincemeat of it. At some point in time, Skip, you can't just keep, because Tom Brady doesn't do take the one thing that he doesn't do and try to neutralize everything else that he does that's great.
But what does he do wrong?
He can't run like Lamar Jackson.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
Thank
you don't need to do that at that position. At his position, you better be able to make three-point shots.
No, you don't.
And he's a 30%er.
Hold on. So let me get this straight. He only makes 30% of his threes, but he's averaging 26.5, 8 and 8 for a career. He's got his team to the Western Conference Finals, even though he can't shoot threes. There's been a lot of great players. Kobe didn't shoot. You make it seem like Kobe shot 40% from the three. There are a lot of great players that didn't shoot 40% from the three. That's been very good.
What's he shoot from the free throw line in the playoffs?
Help
me out.
Hold on.
Help me out.
So hold on. So let me get this straight. What did Shaq shoot? Did Shaq shoot 80%?
7 feet 1.
So now he's giving. It's another excuse.
No, no excuses. That was the greatest offensive force I've ever seen. I haven't ever said that about this kid.
Just because he's not the greatest at what you've seen, at this point in time, he's the best player remaining in these playoffs. And if he keeps this up, it's going to be hard-pressed for him not to be the best player in the NBA. Yeah, the field has been whittled down. There's no KD, there's no LeBron, there's no Giannis, there's no Jokic or Joel Embiid. But, Skip, it's hard to say if you got a top 5 that this kid isn't in it. Look, I get all that. He doesn't shoot free throws like Steph, and he can't shoot the three like this guy, and he doesn't defend like that guy. I get all of that. It's complete. Nobody can shoot the three at 45%, can shoot 90% from the free throw line, shoot 52% from the floor, and lock it down defensively. Nobody can do that in the history of the game. What you try to do, because you try to pick out parts and say, well, because he doesn't do this great, he can't be this. And that's just not the way it works. We've never done that with any player in the history of the game. But somehow you try to find fault. Be that as you may, he's still the best player remaining in these playoffs until otherwise noted.
What did you see in games 1, 2, and 5 at Phoenix? Help me out.
All I saw is this team win 2 games, and they won by a grand total of 1,000 points. And why did they win those games, Skip? Do you believe they would have been where they are without him? I didn't think so.
1, 2, and 5. They lost at Phoenix by an average of 19 points a game. 19 points a game?
Did they win?
How do you do that? And after game 2, all I read was Phoenix is hunting Luka Doncic on defense. They just want to find him and destroy him. They made mincemeat out of him on defense. Mincemeat.
And then what happened?
Well, one game happened in which he was very fortunate because in the previous games that they had won, he shot 10 of 26 from the... Is that good? 10 of 26? He shot, wait a second, 2 of 8 from 3. Wait a second. He shot 9 of 14 from the free throw and missed 5 free throws in a game that in Dallas they actually won. He had 3 other hot hands around him. And they were all just bombarding threes from everywhere. They made, what, 20-some threes? And then all of a sudden, he starts off Game 7 by making his first 3 shots, and Phoenix looked shell-shocked, where it was like, if he's going to actually make shots today, we're in trouble because he doesn't usually make those shots.
Skip, the man is, hold on. The guy was rookie of the year, and he's been to 3 All-Star games, and you tell me he doesn't make shots? He's just a 26-8 guy for a career, and he doesn't make shots? No. What have you been watching?
Well, what have you been watching? What's the stats say?
The stats say he's 26-8.
He's a career 34% three-point share. That's horrendous.
That's better than Kobe and Michael.
That's worse than LeBron.
That's better than Kobe and Michael.
Nobody even prioritized this shot then. Stop it. Michael Jordan went 6-0 to play. Is this kid going to go 6-0? Is that your prediction? I need to know it. I need to know. Shannon Sharp predicted 6-5.
See, you want to go big picture. We're talking about right now. You make it.
Okay, I'm doing little picture. I need some explanation about games 1, 2, and 5.
Yes, they won the series. Yes, hold on. Let me ask you this. You make it seem like no other great player has struggled and team has won. Michael Jordan did not score 30 every game. There were some games he was 6 of 23, and they won. There were some games Kobe. Go back and look at Game 7 and see what Kobe shot against the Boston Celtics. They won.
Wait a second. Did anybody ever hunt Jordan
make like 10 first-team all-defense.
Yeah, I'm not, but he couldn't guard Michael because he couldn't guard Magic because Magic was 6'9". They put Scottie Pippen on him. After game one, after Magic, they won game one, remember?
They were hunting Michael Jordan. That's what it was.
All I said is that Magic Johnson put Scottie Pippen because Michael couldn't do anything with Magic. That's all I said.
So, Luka has got next, and it's here. It's now, right?
Yeah.
So are you predicting he's going to win his first championship this year?
Let me ask you, Skip. Hold on. Why do you do this? Just because it's year 4 for the guy.
Well, you already picked him to beat Golden State.
Okay. Look, let's just focus on this. You want to make it seem like the guy is just a guy. He's not. He's a superstar. He is a superstar.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any day or any afternoon or any night, I will take right here, right now, Jimmy Butler over Luka Doncic, and I will win the basketball game because right now he is a better all-around basketball player, a better winning basketball player than Luka Doncic is.
Who's he won?
Jimmy Butler, because the Butler is about to do it. He is about to win this championship this year. We're talking about Jimmy Buckets. We're talking about the guy I call playoff Jimmy, the guy that you say is overrated. You sat right over there and said he was overrated, and I hope Jimmy is watching the show. He well might be watching the show. What you said in the regular season, he's just another guy.
I said he's a star. I said, but come playoff time, he plays like a superstar.
I don't think you said that to start with. That's what I said, and I think I can...
No, you did Skip. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when I first noticed playoff Jimmy was a couple of years ago in the bubble after he had lost his leading scorer on the team in the playoffs to Dragic. And then he lost Bam in game 1 to a shoulder injury, so he's sort of going solo against the Lakers of obviously LeBron and AD and playoff Rondo, who was maybe your most valuable player in this stretch.
No, he was not.
Big shot. Well, he just did.
Blasphemy. You say Rondo was better than LeBron.
Made one big shot. Remember, by chance, game 3 of that bubble championship series of the finals, Jimmy Butler went 40, 11, and 13. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Yeah.
Game 6, another win for the Heat. He went by himself, 35, 12, and 11.
That's what the series. I don't know. He did not. That was game 5. He didn't go there. He didn't go there in game 6.
Game 3 was over 6.
Yeah.
Game 5 was when he went 35, 12, and 11
Yes.
to force the game 6.
Yes.
Right? He was doing it so
And then what happened?
he didn't have anybody.
And then what happened?
Well, finally, the predictable happened. You had your team healthy, and playoff Rondo made some huge shots.
What does that got to do with? Okay, his team wasn't healthy, but what does that have to do with Jimmy Butler's performance in game 6? They weren't healthy in game 5. Then you talk about 35, 11, and 12. You talk about what he did in game 3. So what does that have to do with his performance in game 6? What does that have to do with his performance in game 1? Since you like going game by game, okay, give me game by game.
Well, which was the better team by far? It was the Lakers. Well, he won 2 all night.
It doesn't matter who's the better team. If you're that guy, you win. That's what you have always held LeBron to. That's what you held all the other greats to. That's what you say about Steph Curry. So give Jimmy Butler that treatment if you say he's a superstar.
Is anybody hunting Jimmy Butler on defense? No, he's arguably the best defender on what could be very quietly the best defense left in the playoffs.
If he's the best defender, why does P.J. Tucker always get the toughest assignment?
Well, I don't know, all around. Who's leading the whole playoffs in steals? Right?
Jimmy is. But I'm just asking
Jimmy Butler.
All I know is that when they play Kevin Durant, P.J. Tucker has it. All I know is when they have LeBron James, he has it. I guarantee you, he's going to get the top assignment of Jason Tatum.
I'll bet that Jimmy Butler will be on Jason Tatum a whole lot.
He won't start on him. I mean, the thing that they have is that they have a lot of bodies that they can rotate. But I know Tuck is going to start.
So the second best scorer in this playoffs to Luka is Jimmy Bucket.
Yeah.
He's at 29, and he's got 8 rebounds and 5 assists, and that doesn't seem like that many. But guess who leads his team in assists? It's Jimmy Bucket, 6 with 5, which is pretty great.
and his turnovers are all the way down at 1.7 per game, which is really low because Luke is right at the top at 4 turnovers a game.
But, you know,
Wait, Luke has 4
he
turnovers
does.
a game?
Does Jimmy have the ball in his hands as much as Luka?
No, but he's much more careful with the ball than Luka, who will try just about anything at any point in the game.
Yes.
And he'll have 2 or 3 really careless turnovers a game where you just sit back and say, what do you think?
And he'll have, guess what? He'll have 5 or 6 plays that you're like, oh my God, how did he do that?
Yep. So Luka, would you believe in the fourth quarter is shooting 31%? That's shaky. That's the fourth quarter. That's money time. That's through the whole playoffs so far. In the fourth quarter, Jimmy leads his team with 7 points a game, but he's shooting 54% from the floor, which is really good. That's like up at getting into Giannis territory. And 40% from 3 in the fourth quarter. Jimmy doesn't shoot a lot of threes, but boy, he's been making a lot of threes in the fourth quarter.
He has, but let me ask you a question. If they were to have a draft right now, and you get a chance to draft Luka Doncic or Jimmy Butler, how many GMs take Jimmy Butler over?
Well, all I know is I'm real happy that he's on my Miami Heat that I picked to win it all. That's all I'm saying is the most valuable player, the leader of this team, savviest player on both ends of the floor is this guy.
Hold on. So why were you making all this hee-haw about Bam Adebayo? Why were you talking about Dragic if he's the most all around? He's the most important player. He plays both sides of the ball. What the hell is
second, third best player?
What does Dragic got to do with that? You didn't. Hold on. I remember a guy that was in the NBA Finals that lost his second and third best player, and you creamed him. LeBron James. He lost his second and third best player, and you said if he's that guy, he's got to bring the game home. If he's that guy, Jimmy Butler's that guy, he's got to deliver.
I appreciate you bringing that up.
I sure did. Yeah, I brought it up.
Through that door.
Yes.
Yes, that was the 2015 finals when Golden State wasn't yet Golden State, and they didn't have that 7-foot monster who won back-to-back finals MVPs. There was no Kevin Durant because they hadn't crawled all the way across country on July the 4th to bake him
They just had the MVP.
them.
They just had the MVP of Steph Curry.
He wasn't looking like it in the finals, and he was not finals MVP. Iggy was.
He was. But,
Iggy was.
But Steph Curry averaged 26, 5, and 5, and he's not the finals MVP because Iggy held a guy to 36, 13, and 9.
Okay.
Wow.
I have told you 100 times that was the height of LeBron James. Those were the 3 greatest games I've ever seen him play because you're right. He had lost Kevin Love before the playoffs, and he lost Kyrie in overtime of Game 1.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, he's having a little Dellavedova going along for his ride. That's his like second best clutch player on the team.
Yeah.
And what do? They go up 2 games to 1 with Game 4 in LeBron's house in Cleveland. Right. And I'm thinking that day, walking around Cleveland, Ohio, I'm thinking, LeBron, if he just keeps playing like he is right now,
oh, come on.
And if he gets Game 4 in his house, they're going to be up 3-1. They're going to win this, and this is going to be LeBron's greatest achievement.
Yes.
And it would help cancel out that all-time collapse, that all-time superstar meltdown that was the 2011 finals when Games 4, 5, and 6, the chosen one became the frozen one and just completely froze up. So what does he do in Game 4? He doesn't show up. He was terrible in that game. And then the next day on the other network, analyst after analyst is coming through saying, well, he ran out of gas. Whoa, wait a second. Nobody spends more money on fitness than LeBron.
But you just
ran out of gas?
You just told me last year Kevin Durant ran out of gas. That's what you just told me.
Well, that was a solo act, man.
Whoa.
That was Game 7 running out of gas. Because even you acknowledged he'd given us 2 masterpieces already.
And we just heard Giannis that his body and his mind is exhausted. That's what Giannis said. Now, but when the analysts say that about LeBron James, oh, that can't be. Now, we got 2...
In Game 4, you hit the wall, ran out of gas?
The man played 47 minutes.
Game 4?
The man played... Hold on.
In your house?
Hold on. It doesn't skip. Look, all that home court is fine. How did home court help Phoenix? It didn't help him at all, because at the end of the day, you still got to play. The man playing 47, 48 minutes. Remember game 1 went to overtime. Game 2, he played, 46, 47 minutes. Don't do that, Skip. Let's just keep it to Luka. You and I both know Luka is legit. He is legit. Yes, Skip, he has flaws. But I just want you to tell me the player that didn't have any flaws.
All I know is right here, right now, the best player to me, the most valuable player remaining, is the guy I got on the team that I picked to win it all. And I'm sticking with my pick because, well, you lost both of your picks.
I lost both my picks.
Okay, so now it's Luka is the best player on the planet. It seems like we're going in that direction, right?
No, I'm not saying he's the best player on the planet. He's the best player remaining in these playoffs.
Okay. But Jimmy Butler doesn't get any credit. He gets very little attention. He's got a couple of commercials, but he's singing songs that nobody else would sing.
He's getting credit. But I don't think he's the best player in that series. I think Jason Tatum is the best player.
Most people think. By the way, it is a runaway train right now, even in the betting world, for the Boston Celtics. All of a sudden, that's been bet all the way down from 2.5 to 1.5. So all of a sudden, Boston is the favorite in that series. And I get it. I love it. I appreciate it.
How is Boston the favorite if they're still in 1.5?
What's that? In game one?
Yeah.
Well, they're, again, at home, they open as a 2.5 points betting favorite at home. But to win the series, it's Boston. Okay? That's all you need to know is that the betting public is still going toward Boston.
Yes.
Right? You're going toward
I'm leaning toward, yes. I took
Boston, right?
Okay. I took Boston at 6.
And yet there's another player we have not dealt with yet. He is also much better than Jimmy Butler. It's probably in your blasphemy to even include Jimmy Butler in a conversation with Steph Curry, right?
No. I got Jimmy Butler in front of Steph.
Do you really?
I got Steph as the most player.
Oh, I thought yesterday you had Steph as the second best player. Okay. Well, I appreciate
No. I'm not talking about where they are in their career. I'm talking about playing right now. As I watch these ball games, I got Luka, Jason Tatum, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry. That's what I got.
Okay. And yet, just to frame this for those who have failed to follow closely what's happening with Steph Curry, he is having. If you look across the board, he's shooting only 36% from three. As you know, he's at 45% career. Ever seen? He broke his great talents all-time record. And even his free throw shooting has fallen all the way up to 82%. By his standards, that is horrific.
He's been bad shooting free throws. And it started with the Nuggets.
Okay. So all of a sudden, you're seeing the least productive postseason from Steph. And what I saw against Memphis was Steph was very fortunate that Ja didn't make one of two plays down the stretch. Steph made a really good defensive play on him the first time. Right. And then Clay made a great defensive play. And then Ja won by himself basically game two. And then all of a sudden, Dylan Brooks has gone for both three, well, most of two, and then all of game three, and that's Steph's primary defender. Right. And he couldn't really take that much advantage. And then we both agreed that by rights, Memphis should have won game four, right? Yeah. And then Golden State was lucky to survive game 5, and then game 6 happened, and here we go.
Golden State got blown out in game 5.
I'm sorry, that was the 55-point game.
Right.
One game
4.
Right.
The one
okay.
barely.
But then in game 6, Steph went off at the end of the game, but it was actually Andrew Wiggins, who I demonstrated for you yesterday, was the one who saved the day, saved the night, saved the game by making shot after shot. He made 4 straight shots early that kept them barely in the lead. And finally, when they're up 3, Steph finally made his first 3. Then he scores 11 points front-running down the stretch.
He front-running now.
Well, he was. He was front-running because the game
The game wasn't over. Stop that.
It was virtually decided at that point because you could say Memphis couldn't buy a shot in the fourth quarter.
Let me ask you this, Skip. Who had the better team? The best team in basketball all year was the Phoenix Suns, by far. Luka Doncic went there and made mincemeat of them in a game 7. And at one point in time, they were down by 40 plus.
I think they made mincemeat of themselves.
Not they.
Well, I do. And I think you agreed with that yesterday.
No. You told me.
I've never seen a worse game 7 performance by a home team as far as just not even showing up. You didn't even resemble your regular season self or your games 1, 2, and 5 self.
But what did you show? All I know is you showed the first 3 or 4 shots that Luka made, and you said this was the game. That was
3 shots.
It wasn't nothing that Phoenix could do about that. The guy shooting rainbows over a 7-footer. He dragging it, pulls him out past the 3-point line, and lets it go in the short porch of the corner.
It was uncharacteristic of Luka, and once he did that, it felt like the whole Phoenix team just threw up its hands and gave up.
Say it was uncharacteristic that he was 6 of 11 from 3, but it was not uncharacteristic because we've seen him at skill. There's a reason why the man has the second highest scoring average in NBA history in the postseason. You make it seem like all of a sudden he just had 7 of these games against Golden State. Excuse me, Phoenix. You remember what he did against all 7 games against your Clippers.
There's a responsibility that comes with sitting in that chair.
I say this every time that I get to sit in this chair. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously, Stephen A. I take this very, very serious.
Stephen A., ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está?
Bien. Todo está bien. Listo. Okay, vamos. Let's go. Concerning news for the Celtics Defensive Player of the Year. It is a game day, folks. Not just Stephen A. hanging out in Miami for no reason. Defensive Player of the Year, Marcus Smart, questionable for Game 1 in Miami. Smart dealing with a right midfoot sprain. Sources told our Adrian Wojnarowski that Smart had an MRI on Monday that came back clean, and that Smart will test the foot today. Stephen A., talk to me. I know you had the Celtics winning this, but do you believe they still can without Marcus Smart?
I don't believe so. I think that Miami, we got to give them the respect that they deserve. They're the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. They're obviously loaded from the standpoint of what they bring to the table defensively themselves. They have a star in Jimmy Butler, who's anxious to prove that he is a bona fide superstar in this league. Obviously, Tyler Hero is the reigning 6th man of the year. Bam Adebayo can ball. PJ Tucker is a stout defender. They've got the pieces in place. Now, obviously, somewhat to a degree anyway. We've got to take that into consideration. But Struss and all of these brothers can play. And so I think that if you're the Boston Celtics, there's already questions about Robert Williams' availability. We expect him to be available in this series. Nevertheless, he clearly has to be one of the city way last game. So obviously we don't know about his availability here. And then to couple that with having him to be compromised in the interior with his master, and then to have a stout defender like Marcus Smart out that puts even more pressure on James Brown and Jason Tatum for both ends of the floor, not just offense. So when I look at it from that perspective, I think that we have to act like this team that should be favored and we think Jimmy
I'd
Butler's that
have to
bad?
look up Jimmy's numbers from the mid-range. I would, but Giannis shot over 42% from the mid-range this year, which is well above.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have a problem with you here, but the Judgment Day are showing AEW and Malfeasance Black and all the rest of those knuckleheads how to do the House of Black. Judgment is the House of Edge. Judgment Day is with the live promo. Edge got a new haircut. He and Priest were dressed up. Ripley's dressed up. They all look like stars. I believe Edge's delivery. I like Edge's delivery because he sounds like he believes what he's saying. He's not stammering. He's not reciting. You know, and whether or not it's still a little Hollywoodish, he's doing a good job with it. I want to hear the guy that's doing the promo believe what he's saying, so I can. And he's doing a great job. Damian Priest is back to having some bass in his voice, where he looks and sounds like a grown man. And then he gave the big introduction to Rhea Ripley, who looks fantastic, and held her part up verbally. And again, they have their little reasons for being mad at society, and hers is those nasty kids selling her autographs on eBay. But they tried to what her, and it didn't throw her off. She still did her business. And then right at the point where Edge is promising that his movement isn't done and they want more, and they're teasing bringing somebody else in, as most cult groups do. Look, we brought hundreds of thousands into ours. And I'm thinking, oh, I was into it. I wanted to hear who else they're talking about. And then Liv Morgan's music interrupts. And here she comes. The girl that Ripley turned on, but she comes out happy and slapping hands. And then when she gets to the ring, she puts her mean face on at Rhea Ripley. And they have a match. So they expect us to think that they're just making this shit up as we go along, and people are just wandering out and having impromptu matches. But I love the promo. The promo culminating in Liv Morgan's entrance was a massive letdown. What do you think?
Again, I don't like them as much as you do, although I'll admit they're doing this a whole lot better than the House of Black, which is one of the worst, I don't know what you call it, one of the worst factions we've seen on a major wrestling show in a very long time. To be fair,
call them that fucking faction?
It is terrible. I mean, Tony was smart enough to keep them off TV this week after that bullshit 2 weeks ago, but they're terrible. But Edge has stolen their entire thing. I mean, even the entrance, where he's there and all of a sudden the other two come up from the sides. That was Malachi's entrance.
But this is shot professionally, and it looks good. And they're somehow, everything they do is just more professional.
I'm not disagreeing with you about that, but again, I don't like just the hokiness of it inherently, although we'll see where it goes. I'm happy that Edge got a haircut, but that added a lot to it, that he does now look a little bit different than he has for the last year and a half that he's been around. And
the Jeremiah Johnson / Grizzly Adams look for something more leaderish.
Yeah, what does it take for a babyface to get upset in WWE?
They don't, a lot of them don't get pissed too often, do they? There's no righteous indignation. There's no wanting revenge or, payback, justice, whatever. There's just, we got to smile when we come out and slap some hands. Then when we get to the ring and we see the person that sodomized us with a fence post auger, then we're going to show on our face that we're not happy with them. Rhea Ripley wrestled Liv Morgan, and it's a mismatch whichever way you look at it. If you look at it as a shoot athletic competition, Ripley's a foot taller, 50 pounds bigger, and looks like something. And Liv Morgan looks like that she just recently, discontinued her lemonade stand in the front yard. If you look at it as a work, then Rhea Ripley is the best female worker on the roster that's not named Charlotte Flair, and I'm starting to think that that's neck and neck. And she's going to be the top female star in the business in 3 years, and Liv Morgan. So at least she dominated the thing and beat her, which is what the result should have been. I love the standing cloverleaf. Rhea Ripley looked great. The match was what it should have been, which was pretty one-sided. But, I mean, again, Ripley with the look and the build and the way she works, and if she keeps improving at this rate, she's rock level for the females, in my opinion. And then after she wins, then they do the sports entertainment business, where she gets the cloverleaf back on Liv Morgan, and the referee's standing outside the ring on the floor, just looking concerned, while the other two heels are standing there in the ring watching the girl beat up the girl, because they can't beat up the girl. But then, music. Ben Balor comes out, and I'm like, does the whole show have to run together? And then AJ music, and I'm like, what is fucking happening? But there was no save and big brawl. It's Balor against Priest next, and AJ is just out there to watch, I guess, for some reason, because they're all mad at each other. And then they go to the break, they come back and have the next match, but I'm jumping ahead of myself. Keep praise on Rhea Ripley. Genuflect in her direction.
You're telling me to?
Yeah, I've done mine, now you do yours.
Yeah, she's really good. Let's see who they program her with.
Well, that wasn't very full-throated. Did you watch Balor and Priest?
You know what, I didn't, and he's a talented guy, but Finn Balor is one of those people that never captures me enough to really want to sit down and watch his stuff when it's on live. So I kind of walked out of the room.
Well, I honestly was a fan of his stuff. I mean, he was Prince Devitt 10 years ago. I was a fan of his stuff then. And he has good matches. He's in great shape. He's a solid professional, but hasn't he just done like 5 2-minute jobs for Austin Theory on TV in the last couple months? And every time you see him, he's getting beat. And he's not... They just run him out to do things with people without... It's other people they're trying to get over. So they had a match, and Balor went for a dive on the outside of the floor, and Rhea Ripley gets Priest and stops him. And then Edge rolls in the ring and hits Balor with a spear and gets disqualified. And AJ comes in, but the heels outnumber them, and they beat up the baby faces. And then Edge and Priest did a modified on AJ, you know, boom, hitting both directions. And everything, the heels just beat up the baby faces at the end of everything. No referees try to help, and then the heels stand there and milk it, and then they go to a break. So that's what you missed. Same kind of shit as always.
Yeah, I didn't miss anything.
Rhodes! Funny you mentioned that name, because MJF, as we all know, was bosom buddies with Cody Rhodes, and now Cody's in a new environment. MJF's still mentioning him, and it's been out there that MJF not happy with his current contract situation, and he's been bandying about the idea of when his deal is up in 2024. And what, I mean, we've talked about this, it's been several weeks ago now. Is he still working on the same contract that he signed when he was, you know, the guy on MLW television? Because I've seen Vince McMahon tear up people's deals when unexpected shit happened. And I would hesitate to think that Tony Khan hadn't been smart enough to do that and keep... Let's face it, who were the 4 pillars supposed to be that they called them?
MJF, Sammy, was it Darby and Jungle Boy?
Okay, Sammy Guevara, if he's still walking in 2 years, I mean, the bloom's already coming off that rose. Jungle Boy, give me a fucking break. And, you know, Darby is not going to be walking in 2 years. MJF is and they've cooled Darby off already. So MJF in 2 years is going to be AEW's homegrown superstar. And it might be a whole lot more expensive for Tony to fucking keep him from walking then than it might be for him to make him happy now.
I think it's going to be expensive either way. You know, again, you can't just rip up a contract unless the other party says, I'm okay with you ripping it up and giving me something new.
Yeah, I'd say about $4 million.
Unless he thinks he can get more millions from Vince in a few years, and that's where Tony could step it up and say, look, this is ridiculous. You are one of our biggest stars. You're one of the few people that we can say moves numbers. People care about your segments. I like them. They're really good. We want to give you a new deal. We know you need a lot of money somewhere else. We want to give you more money than you. Tony could do that if he really wanted to. And this may be the guy to thinking about it since the last time we talked about it, because this isn't the first time this story's gotten out there. And I do hope we don't have to go through 2 years of MJF's thinking about leaving, MJF's happy, MJF's thinking about leaving. Because it's 2 years, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long time. But if MJF is still signed or still has the original contract he went to AEW on, where he was a young guy coming off MLW, who's notorious for their contracts not necessarily being favorable to wrestlers, gets his first major deal with AEW. If he's still signed to that contract, and in the past few years, main evented, had critically acclaimed matches and programs. The ratings move up for him. He's the best promo. He has more crossover capabilities than most wrestlers, even though he hasn't really been utilized in that way. If he's still making less than Scorpio Sky, Frankie Kazarian, think of some of the people that have been featuring lately in the TNT.
Well, okay, now here's the thing also, because you've seen this circulated on the internet. People have said, and I don't know if this is legitimate, but it sounds, I don't know about the amounts, but the names, except for one, sound legitimate, that supposedly the highest paid people in AEW are your Moxley, your Punk, your Danielson, your whatever. You see figures like 2 million or 3 million bandied around, but this may have been before the last acquisition or two, but it was circulated that one of the 5 highest paid guys in AEW was Pac, and like 7 figures, and somehow anybody was insane enough to think that Pac was worth 7 figures a year, and he's never even on the program. And in COVID, yes, he was over in England, whatever the fuck, but I mean, it's Pac. You know, he has some good points, but he can't have a goddamn match on his own to save his life because he's always doing something goofy. But the point is, when I was at MLW doing the commentary in 2019 when this was coming about, and at that time it had been announced, I couldn't explain to anybody that I'd had prior knowledge of it because of that pesky NDA. But all the guys were talking that were being signed at that point, the independent guys, the outlaw guys, the pockets of the world, they were talking about that this guy was signing independent guys from these companies for 5 times or more the money that they've ever been paid by anybody in their life. And that would have been true for all these guys. And it still would be a minute fraction of what they're paying guys like Jericho and Moxley and Danielson and Punk and etc. But there is also some of those cases where there are guys that just because they had the right friends to put in the word for them or been some kind of name in the fantasy land that Tony lives in, the independent wrestling circuit, they're getting close to 7 figures to do absolutely jack all of shit. They're wrestling YouTube matches because they're not worth a shit. And he was, you know, blinded by the shiny new toys.
Hey, let me ask you about these guys that have come in the last year of WWE TV. If MJF is still under that first deal he signed in AEW, does that mean Malachi Black got paid more money than him to come in because he hasn't been worth it?
Well, certainly.
Andrade El Idolo?
Yes.
Mark Henry?
Yes.
Christian Cage?
Yes.
MJF is worth more money than all of those people combined.
Yeah.
So this is why Tony Khan should rip up his contract and give him something new. But it can't be for just a...
Wait a minute. Now that you've talked me into this, fuck it. If I was MJF, I'd say, fuck you, Tony. I'll see you in 2 years. Don't bother tearing up anything now.
That's what I'm saying.
Like it is.
That's what I'm saying. He knows there's a pot of gold waiting for him over there. Tony Khan could give him a whole bunch of shit. And he could even give him enough so they wouldn't worry about 2 years from now. He can end it right now. But it would be a lot, and he's probably not going to do that. But that's the issue. If MJF, when did he sign? 2019. If MJF was working 5 years under that original deal and making that original money, and all of these other guys are either already there or coming in and making more money, if I was him, I would be livid. If I was him, I would probably have a representative talk to Tony Khan and say, this isn't going to fly. He's not making shit compared to these people. If that's the situation.
Nash and Hall got the favored nations clause out of Bischoff because he was in the same position 30 years ago, whatever Tony Khan is now. He was in over his head. He was a stranger in paradise and using somebody, in this case, Tony used his dad's money, Bischoff using a non-relative's money. The style is fucking big name stars that Vince already made, so when Nash and Hall signed, if you pay anybody more than us, we get a raise too.
I'm hard in here, Ron.
Thank you. Oh, really? Where'd y'all go, Richmond? Why?
in a tournament. You know why it's anything goes? Because a mark booked it. Jeff Hardy versus Darby Allin. Because that's what, and I don't even use the term, I'm not using the term mark interchangeably with fan here. Because a fan would know how stupid this was to have this match in this way. A mark would not. A mark would say, oh, Jeff jumps off a lot of stuff and Darby jumps off a lot of stuff and they both paint their face, so this is a dream match. But let's have no DQ so they can do all their tricks. That's the way marks look. That is why that marks don't make good bookers. So, it sounds good on paper to an amateur matchmaker, but there's no logic, there's no reason, there's no payoff. They didn't make a cent extra for having this match and risking the health of two of their more high-profile contract players. By the way, the Hardy Boys reunion is dead and buried at this point. That takes 6 weeks.
It took 2 weeks. I mean, or you could say it took Jeff dancing when he came down to save Matt that first night, but at least 2 weeks.
So now we've seen the Hardys reunited. We've seen the Hardy Boys on free television in 2 different matches. Neither one have been any good. Now we've seen Jeff in a singles match, and it was embarrassing. So they pretty much leveled the Hardy Boys in that time. But again, no reason for these guys to have an anything goes match besides the fact that their style against other people is that they take risks, but they have no reason to do this here because they're both baby faces. And their various partners are in the corner. Matt's in Jeff's corner, Sting is in Darby's corner, and they play no part in this whatsoever. Because it's a baby face match! But at the bell, Darby Allin jump-started it with a drop kick and a dive to the floor. And then, and I swear I am not lying about line up line, and my feet ain't left the ground, within 15 seconds after the bell rang, Darby had pulled 8 chairs out from under the ring and built a chair-like structure on the floor with 8 chairs while Jeff just laid there for no reason. Well, the reason was because he couldn't get up yet because Darby was still arranging the chairs in a shot glass arrangement. And then Jeff hot-shotted Darby onto the stairs, and then set the stairs in place, and they did spots off the stairs. And they're all on the floor. Nobody's in the ring. Nobody's getting counted out. It's going to hell in the first 2 minutes. They almost got in the ring, and then Jeff pulled out a ladder and tossed it in the ring for him to go to the break. And I'm like, can this please be over soon? And Darby can still move because he's young. Jeff looks like he hurts to breathe, and we've already gone over this. It's embarrassing, and why are they putting him in this position? And I wrote down, can this be over soon? As soon as they came back from the break, they were climbing the ladder. It's got to be a 15-foot ladder in the fucking ring. And then Jeff somehow lands up on the floor, and Darby Allin climbs to the top of this 15-foot ladder that's set in the ring and gets up on the So, in a wrestling context, if he wasn't legitimately a moron and could control himself and was doing this as a work, I'd get into his wrestling. But because I know that he really legitimately just does this shit for kicks and doesn't care whether he gets hurt or not, and just makes the rest of the business look bad because here's this fucking cadaver-looking skinny motherfucker taking 20-foot backdrops and getting up from them. And the main event guys can't stand half of that. It just makes the whole business look like shit. And it fosters the idea that other guys need to top this shit, so they're going to do something more dangerous. So, I can't like his wrestling because I know that it's not a gimmick, that he really is a goofy club that jumps off shit for kicks and doesn't care whether he gets hurt, but he's going to hurt somebody else because he's going to land on him. Coming off the top of a 20-foot ladder, elbows and foot heels first, he can hurt somebody easily. I would not stand under this motherfucker, nor would I let anybody else if I was running the company, because I wouldn't be letting him jump off the fucking ladder. This guy has something, and people like him. And if he was working it and in control of it and knew what he had and what he was doing, he'd be able to capitalize on it. But he's just one of these goddamn jackass ridiculousness motherfuckers that is not in control of this, and it's not work with him. So I have actually more disdain for him than for the other dipshits that don't have any talent. Because he's got talent, and he's just too stupid to use it right. So who won this match, and what caliber was the gun they used?
You know what? I don't remember what the finish was.
Well, there you go.
I gotta go back and check. Darby did a great dive to start it. His dive was great. And I asked the wrestler what those feel like, and they said, they're pretty light, actually. They weighs nothing. But there was a lot of negative feedback you saw from AEW fans about this match, this show. Last summer show was, this doesn't make anyone comfortable. Darby Allin doing this stuff, Jeff Hardy barely able to work. I don't know why they did this for the Owen Hart Cup. I don't know why they did this in front of Martha Hart. Why would you do this? Bad match.
For the same reason that Jim Ross, of all people, exposed the business in the manner in which we talked about earlier in the program, because they all associate with each other and they don't take a step back and remember what wrestling was and is supposed to be and how people are supposed to conduct it and or talk about it. And they've lost themselves in this little bizarro world they live in where everybody's smart, and the whole idea is to make people as smart as possible, and that'll make them watch the show more. Because that's what they think, apparently, but they're fucking nuts. They're crazy as a rainbow trout in a car wash. I wonder what Martha did think about that, come to think of it.
Yeah. Well, she did with the whole show. She was there the whole night.
You know, at some point she had to think Owen would be so... He would either be upset or he would be laughing his ass off. Because Owen did like to have fun, and he would have been able to take the piss out of a lot of these guys. And they would have never even seen it coming. With that straight face and that monotone delivery he could give when he was winding you up, and it would just be so nonchalant. You thought, oh, he really meant that. Maybe he could have sold you some pizzas over the phone. Anyway, your closing thoughts on this program?
I have been really uninspired by AEW the last several weeks. I was over a period where I was really hot on it. There was a lot of things on the show. FTR getting featured and getting over to MJF. And now, other than the MJF Royal thing, some of the Punk stuff that FTR has been through some tag team scenes, the shows have really not been good. Booking's not good. The show-wide booking right now is not good. The Malachi Black angle last week was a disaster. The Jericho stuff is really lame. They blew Danielson. I should say they watered down Danielson when they shouldn't. The TNT title never meant less.
If we want to watch Jay Lethal, we got to watch Satnam Singh.
The booking has been really, really bad, and the sad thing is it doesn't affect anything. What's the rest of the show? I don't know. But it's the AEW fan base is going to make sure, at least for the foreseeable future, performs like it's been, because they're crowdfunding this thing. It means more to them than Aunt Fanny getting a fucking heart transplant or a new pacemaker. They're going to crowdfund this thing and will it to happen on big shows or whatever. But sooner or later, is there going to be a recession in this country and money gets short or the political goes completely off the road or whatever? And they're going to actually, in AEW, start having to do it the old-fashioned way and give people something that they actually want to specifically see in order to purchase the ticket or buy the pay-per-view or whatever, rather than just, oh my God, it's AEW, it's a show. We must partake. Because that's only going to last so long. And everybody, every name they sign, every new talent they bring in, there's more talk about them, anticipation, and buzz around them, and excitement for them on their debut than there has. People are going by their reputation before they got there, and then they debut, oh, it's here, and then they wait 3 or 4 weeks to go, oh, yeah. So we'll see.
I traveled with, who was a super nice lady as well. They were Indians. They were nudists. They lived in a nudist colony.
Okay.
And they were exactly what you would expect. You went to a stereotypical, not ever seen a nudist colony what you think the people would be like in a nudist colony. That was Dewey and his wife. Just pretty low key and live and let live. Like to imbibe in some cannabis from time to time.
I've heard about that. I've heard about that.
Yeah, and it was the first time that I knew that I knew anybody that just smoked leaves. And when Dewey had nothing else to smoke, he'd roll up some leaves.
Wait, you're saying like not marijuana leaves, but
marijuana leaves, but not the bud.
Okay.
He would cut up and smoke leaves if he had nothing else to smoke. Which I was like, you know, it's something that's really good for was emphysema, but he was looking for anything he could get. He just was a very interesting person, man. Had a lot of theories on everything that there was in life. He wasn't necessarily a conspiracy theorist, but he had unique outlooks on pretty much everything in the world. Like why some hotels would give you a big key ring that had the number on it, why some would just give you a key and put it in a envelope. Just, if there was a subject, Dewey would have it with you.
Hey, let me ask you, since you brought up the hotel key ring thing. I was reading Just Incredible's book the other day, which, believe it or not, has a bunch of little good stories in there that, I mean, I was kind of blown away how entertaining it was. Anyway, he had a story in there about the everlasting key ring. Have you ever heard that phrase before?
No.
God, tickles me, Bruce. Here's the gist of the con, if you will. Back in the day, sort of pre the electronic key card standard that most hotels use, they used to have regular, like, house keys. And, of course, it would be on, like, a plastic diamond or whatever. And so, apparently, some of the guys would then, you know, check into their room, get their key, and then make a trip down to the Home Depot or the Lowe's or the hardware store and get a copy of that key cut. And then write on the key, say, Days Inn, University Drive, or at 431 Huntsville, Alabama, and throw it on a key ring. So the next time they're in Huntsville, well, I don't need to get a room. Let me first go to the old everlasting key ring and the fancies. Ever so gently slide that key in room 431, just crack that door. Nobody's in there. Ta-da! Free room. It tickled me. This is like the biggest con I've heard since the mink scandal with Kenny Mullins told us about years ago.
Well, yeah, I don't know that anybody ever made, I don't know anybody that ever made copies. I know guys who keep their keys and do that. I never heard of referred to as the everlasting key ring. But yeah, guys used to keep their keys and go back and just see if it worked. It's amazing. Again, but a lot of times those keys we had that do not duplicate, and something about the way the hotel keys were made a lot of times that locksmith wouldn't duplicate those keys. But that didn't stop guys from just taking them and say, oh no man, I left it in the room. And they can go back and they've got plenty of keys on a desk and they just put another one out and go, oh well, we lost that one.
It's amazing.
Yeah, guys like a bank bag.
Yeah.
You know, like either cash and stuff, and just throw them in there and stuff. And we go back and try, but also some guys, you know, weren't as careful. Just go in and say, "Hey, this is my room."
Oh God. Where's my room?
Yeah, Buddy Roberts come in. Hey, it's I got a key, all right.
Okay, so it wasn't always a foolproof thing. Some of the guys maybe.
Yeah, it's the rest of us. I never did that.
Since we're talking about old wrestling teams, I mean, you know, of course everybody's heard the old, hey, there was a hair in my suit, so whatever. Are there other little gimmicks on the road that you
So a lot of times when I'm real hungry and I'll go in, I don't care what the soup is. I'll just get whatever soup you got. Because you know all the good news. Back, put the ladle in, good bowl, and here we go.
I got you.
So I learned that from very early. As a kid in the business, we didn't stop to get food.
Chat me up about NWA Central States. We don't talk about that a lot.
It's because there's not a lot to talk about. Right? It was Kansas City.
Yeah.
That was it, you know. And the towns around Kansas City, Hardy owned it with Bob Geigel and I think Bob Brown, maybe? Don Kent. What Don Kent? Don Kent was up in Canada, Detroit area. But Bulldog Bob Brown and Harley and Bob Geigel were kind of the partners and owners in that. But it wasn't much of anything. It was a place that a lot of talent would go when they had nowhere else to do. And trips were usually short, the pay was horrible.
Okay. Well, in 83, Hercules is going to join Jim Crockett Promotions. He winds up being paired with Jody Hamilton doing the wrestling of the Masked Assassin. Number 2. Over the years. The two competed at the first ever Starrcade. And in the first match ever at Starrcade, between the team of Rufus R. Jones and Bugsy McGraw. We spent a ton of time talking about Jody Hamilton here on the show. Of course, a lot of our listeners remember that the WCW version of the gorilla position they tried to call the Jody position because he was part of that program. He helped train a lot of guys down at the power plant, but he's also the father of former WCW referee Nick Patrick. Tell us about Jody Hamilton, the performer, though. What we talked about was sort of African in-ring days. But as a heel, what can you tell us about Jody?
Well, Jody Hamilton was one half of the Masked Assassin, who were probably the most notorious mass tag team in the business through the 50s, 60s, 70s. They were unbelievable as far as their work. They were scary. And Jerry Briscoe tells the story of being a kid. And even after Jerry had broken into the business, of being afraid of the Masked Assassins. Because the way they worked, the way they talked, Jody Hamilton would cut a promo that was old school, but it was what we did as far as talking the audience into the building. And Jody would make you fearful for your favorites, fearful for your heroes, that the assassins were going to be the ultimate demise of your heroes. They weren't great. What I've seen, and I haven't seen a ton, but everything that I have seen of the assassins from like the 70s, they moved great for big men. Tom Ernesto was a big guy. He wasn't as big as Jody, but they were big guys. And it was stereotypical heel masked tag team. It was feared and dangerous, and people would scatter when they came out. You didn't know who was behind that mask. You just knew that it was an escaped convict type of law. Hence the name Assassins.
Right.
They're really assassins. I'll tell you what, man. That guy right there, I think I recognize his eyes. I've seen him on that most wanted poster down there. I think he done killed people. And he's down here right now. He's going to get Eddie Graham. My God, Eddie, he may kill you. I mean, that was the mentality. But Jody Hamilton was able to give that mystique, and it was it's a lost art. But Jody embraced the hatred and the heat of the crowd. But even being in the business, Briscoe was afraid to work with him. Really? Yeah, it was an assassin. Young college kid and all this stuff, and these guys were brutes. But they became very good friends. And Jody was a master at his craft, absolutely a master at his craft. He went on to teach people and had a great career after that.
So, why don't you think Hercules worked out Jim Crockett? I mean, in '83, they had a lot of momentum. Starrcade is obviously going to be a huge event.
especially on the microphone. Kurt was not a good talker. And quiet guy, looked like his brick shithouse, but he didn't have that charisma. He really didn't have that, oh my God, he couldn't talk. He just was kind of a nice guy. Mild manner, down here and everything. So he couldn't connect with the audience, and the mask was the best way to get him experience and get him comfortable. And then later on, put him in that.
So donning a mask for Bill Watts. Mr. Wrestling 2 recently turned on his tag team partner, Magnum TA, and he became a heel in the process, of course. So Mr. Wrestling 2 renamed himself simply Mr. Wrestling. He got a new protege, Mr. Wrestling 2, who was in fact Hercules under a mask. But they referred to him as Mr. Wrestling 3 in the magazines to avoid confusion amongst their readers as to who's who. So Mr. 2 is going to be seconding Mr. Wrestling in his feud with Magnum TA, and then later, of course, Herc unmasks and competes once again. It's Hercules Fernandez. He winds up feuding with Jim Duggan as Jim Cornette's bodyguard. This is probably when you first see him, you would say?
Yeah, it was when I first met him. He was in the South Territory. He was coming around. He was, again, a hulk of a man. He was a big, impressive-looking guy that looked very intimidating. But again, once you got to know him, he was really a very mild-mannered, soft-spoken, just prince of human being.
Now, he was wearing a mask, but our man started to lose his hair here. If you take a look at pictures of Hercules, you can say that maybe he had a forehead, maybe he had a 5 or 6 or even a 7 head. But the reality is, 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35, and more than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from some form of male pattern baldness, not just Hercules. But that's why we recommend Keeps. You see, Keeps has the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. Think about that. In all the world, there's only 2 medications that can do that. Keeps has both. What else does Keeps have? More 5-star reviews than any of their competitors. You see, Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair. They've got convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. They've even got 24/7 care and support. See, Keeps has a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and hair specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. Treatments start at just $10 a month, and Keeps offers generic versions of those 2 FDA-approved medications to prevent hair loss. So the treatment plans are affordable. How affordable? Well, about typically half the cost of the pharmacy prices. Keeps has everything your hair needs delivered straight to your door with discreet packaging, more importantly, proven results. So remember, prevention is key. Treatments can take 4 to 6 months to see results that act fast. And when it comes to your hair, save more, spend less. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/wrestle to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/wrestle to get your first month free. That's keeps.com/wrestle. So, Bruce, as we're talking about bouncing around the territories, you get a chance to see him interact with a lot of different personalities. We talked about Harley Race, we talked about Jody Hamilton, now we're talking about Mr. Wrestling 2, and now Jim Cornette. That, to me, just feels like money, doing something with Hercules and Cornette. What do you think of that pairing?
Well, I think that was the first time we really got to see Hercules blossom a little bit because he had someone that could talk for him, and all the Herc had to do was perform in the ring, which Herc could perform in the ring, definitely could. And Cornette's mouthpiece was instant heat, and that combination definitely worked. Being able to be at the side of Johnny Walker, Mr. Wrestling 2, he would learn an awful lot. Oh my God, he was under the learning tree there, even though Johnny could be an absolutely miserable guy. You're not going to hear a lot of people say a lot of nice things about Johnny Walker. We're not going to say anything bad about her. But
too had a legal past. But I haven't heard a bunch of people say that he was miserable to be around. Can you expand on that?
He was miserable to be around. Talk to anybody that was around him for any length of time. Johnny could just be kind of nasty. What?
Like how? Give me an example of like how was it?
He just was always grumpy. He was that grumpy old man. He was that grumpy old man that was yelling at the clouds even back then. He just was always seemed to be in a bad mood, and very rarely did you see him be happy.
I got you. So he's likely the first wrestler, at least that I can see, to go on TV and brag about steroids. He did a localized promo for Oklahoma City before facing Jim Duggan where he says, "Look at these arms. 5 Diana balls a day." That's a bit out of the norm for a guy to be talking about this, but they were illegal at the time. But still, it's a little unusual.
Straight out of Superstar Billy Graham's playbook.
Oh, he used to say that.
Superstar Billy Graham's lines that Superstar used to do all the time. So it wasn't anything original. He was stealing it right out of Superstar's playbook.
That's fantastic.
But then I'm also saying I got to take a look at these leads. I'm young guy. There's a lot of those famous promos, and again, you go back, it wasn't something that was illegal,
right?
And it was also something that no one knew what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah, unless you were in the know, you didn't.
Right. It was, it was different. It was a different time, a different place. It was the '80s.
Yes.
And I remember where the hell was the building? Beaumont, Texas, and in Beaumont had a hallway in the back and a lot of dressing rooms in the back. And so Chavo Guerrero and I had gotten there and all this shit. We walked in the dressing room and there's Hercules Hernandez and Dr. Death. And they're sitting on the floor of the locker room. And they have a drink, each of them, in a brown paper bag. Like, you know how some people get a beer and they'll put the beer in the bag, or they'll have a bottle of whiskey in the bag and just drink it out of the bag. And both Doc and Herc have something in the bag and they're drinking, you know, whatever it is that they're drinking, and looked at them, and they both looked like they hadn't slept in days and had been on a bed for about 6 months. Their hair was all messed up, both in beards, both with their mouths hanging open, drinking out of this paper bag. And I'll never forget Chavo Guerrero looking at me and goes, Richard, this is what I try to tell you all the time, man. Moderation. If you do too much, man, you're going to end up looking like this. This is not moderation. And you want to know what they were drinking?
What?
Gatorade.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but if you looked at it, you saw it, it was just this picture I will never be able to get out of my mind. Because Chavo Guerrero, of all people, preaching moderation. You knew Chavo didn't really practice a lot of moderation. A lot of moderation. That's why to this day I say moderation.
Well, maybe
I'm moderation.
We probably needed a little moderation here because Herc's going to join Skandar Akbar's stable, Devastation Incorporated. Alongside Ted DiBiase as Sheep Hercules. Not Sheep Turbo. They win the Mid-South Tag Team titles. As part of Devastation, Herc's going to feud with Junkyard Dog and Terry Taylor before leaving Florida in '85. Any idea what the circumstances were behind him leaving Mid-South? Did he have issues with Bill Watts or time to just move on?
I think it was time to move on and learn a new home.
So from there, Hercules quickly wins the NWA Florida Southern Heavyweight Championship.
Leaving out the best part. Okay. Leaving out the part about the Jimmy in like Baton Rouge or New Orleans, wherever the hell they booked it in a town in Louisiana.
This is from Rhonda Shane, by the way, a frequent contributor to the program.
From Up All Night? That was Rhonda Shear.
That was Rhonda Shear. No, completely different. This is Rhonda Shane. You know the drill. It's Rhonda Shane.
I actually didn't know the drill. It was Rhonda.
No, it's Rhonda Shane.
It was Rhonda Shane.
No, I just clearly said Rhonda Shane.
The illegitimate daughter of Bobby Shane, Rhonda Shane.
Well, and Ron would be extremely, I'm sure, thrilled if he was the illegitimate offspring of Bobby Shane. But nevertheless, and this is a topic we might need to discuss with some seriousness. So put your big boy pants on there, fella, because he makes a good point here. And I haven't seen anybody else bring this particular thing, and maybe I've missed it, because I don't pay a lot of attention to what other people say. But Rhonda says, Jim and Brian, and even includes you in this. You guys covered Adam Page's random heel turn on The Last Experience, but didn't really get into the content of what Adam Page said, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on my theory. And that's not the theory on Raw. Remember, Page just, was it last week now, or well, it wasn't the last Wednesday night, that was a few days ago, but about a week and a half ago, where he just came out and just decided to become a completely different person. Fuck you, CM Punk, I'm going to embarrass you, you're a piece of shit, and fuck you, right? But Rhonda brings up something else as he continues. Why would you have your babyface champion, Adam Page, call CM Punk's matches, quote, masturbatory Bret Hart tributes on your national television show? One of the best parts of Punk's matches. And now you want to plant the seed that they're a self-indulgent karaoke version of pro wrestling. Why would you steer the audience's attention to this when Punk is your top face? Who benefits from calling CM Punk's matches Bret Hart jerk-off sessions? Clearly not AEW. Where did this thought actually come from? Who was circulating the idea that CM Punk's matches are masturbatory in nature, and how did it get in Adam Page's ear? As I thought about those questions, it slowly occurred to me. He got that line from those no-good young bucks. They're the ones that would be jealous of losing their exposure to CM Punk and would stand to benefit by turning fans on him. They're Adam Page's buddies. Their Twitter is full of quote-unquote witty one-liners like this. They'd be the ones that would benefit from calling CM Punk's Bret Hart sequences, and by extension, that Dax versus Cash match last week, masturbatory, because a certain segment of the audience, i.e. us, appreciates the hell out of classic ring psychology, and it makes them look bad and feel bad. So he closes by saying, fuck Adam Page for saying it, fuck the Young Bucks for planting it in his head as something to say, if indeed that was the case, and fuck Tony Khan for not handing this limp dink, he's called him a limp dink a script, instead of letting him take a shit on the company, their top draw, and their product on national TV. Cordially yours, Rhonda Shane. So that's a good, provocative thought, Brian. Is this Adam Page's material, or is this somebody planting something in his ear? And why would you want to, if you were running a business and promoting a match, say that about your opponent?
Actually, it's a great email provocative there. I think there's a few different things. One, the overall theme of it, it's not exclusive to Adam Page. Jim Ross is someone who's guilty of this. One of these people where things are said on the air that if you're trying to portray professional wrestling as legitimate, make no sense that you can say these things or certain terms.
You're talking about the Bret Hart turnbuckle from this past Wednesday, aren't you, JR?
Same thing. I mean, that's not the only time, but it all happened in the same week. So we can compare the comments. Same thing. What's the point of the comment? Who's that comment for? Who's it to? And what's the point? If Bill Watts was there, what would Bill Watts have said to Jim Ross? I'll ask you that.
Well, and I guess we first should say, because I guess now we're expecting some segment of the population to read our minds, the Jim Ross comment that we're talking about is the other night on AEW when Dax Hard, it was Dax, right?
I believe so,
yeah. The hard butt. When Dax took a hard forward buckle, chest first, into the turnbuckles, he was shot off by his opponent, of course, and he was making comments about what he did with Bret Hart, and how it was the fucking propel him into the turnbuckle and how bad it probably hurt Dax, which is the point of Dax doing that, because it ain't comfortable. People are supposed to think it hurts. So he's running into that thing at 70 miles an hour to make his opponent look like Superman and make it look like this is a punishing thing that hurts. And if everybody, including the announcer, tells him, yeah, well, you just did that on purpose, well, then that kind of negates what he's trying to cave his sternum in for, doesn't it?
It completely negates it. It's saying, hey, look at this guy get hurt. It reminds me of someone else who used to get hurt. I mean, the whole thing is stupid. And I think Chip Ross, unfortunately, because of the environment he's in, sometimes goes into some of the things he would say to you backstage, as opposed to what he should be saying on the mic or not.
Yes, because when you're around those people, and they all almost think that way now, and the veterans that are there, I won't paint everybody with the same brush, but a lot of veterans that get into these environments, they somehow come out with well, I got to change with the kids. Instead of trying to teach the kids what the fuck they're doing wrong. Oh, it's a different day, or just give me my check, or I'm making so much money I'm not going to make waves or whatever. But a lot of it is just being and interacting with the younger group of wrestling talent, guys who would know, get in the habit of speaking that way or doing these things, it goes by you. It just, when I'm sure when one of these producers, just hold that thought, when one of these producers hears, oh yeah, I'm going to superplex him, but then we're going to roll through and I'm going to pick him up and give him the Falcon Arrow, but when we land, he's going to hook my fucking head with his legs and fart in my face, then the veteran just go, oh wow, that's a different way of doing things. Instead of, stop at the superplex, you idiot, you both should be fucking groveling. So it just goes by. What were you going to say?
To the bigger point from or the second point from the question earlier, the motive behind it, all we could say is this. Here's what we could say that can't be denied. CM Punk came into a company where the Young Bucks were big shots. He moves more merch than they do. He moves, and when I say they do, them and their entire camp moves more merch than they do, including camp.
Cutlet is a merchandise fucking maven, boy, I'll tell you.
And remember, the last time there was some kind of flippant remark was when he went off on Jim Ross on Twitter. He doesn't do that unless he has the Young Bucks backing him up on that. And CM Punk comes in there, his work is critically acclaimed. Even people that like the Young Bucks stuff are saying, wow, his stuff's great. And he doesn't have to do as much stupid shit, and he still gets the big pops. He's over every night. He actually moves the numbers. Everything they can't do, he's doing. All of them, too. I can understand some of the resentment, and at the same time, I've been saying it for a little while, the Young Bucks and their camp have never been cooler than ever before. Of course, Omega's not there, but the Young Bucks have completely cooled off. They had go-away heat, and they did nothing in the last several weeks. The only thing they really have left is the Hardys match, and then a third match with FTR. Then you really have to be creative to get people to really care about them again, or just throw them out there and do a bunch of tumble salts and flips until people pop at the tumble salts and flips.
Tumble salts!
But I think there is resentment because CM Punk has come in there, and he's not just making more money, he's not just moving numbers, he's not just moving merch, he's also doing better stuff than everyone, and everyone knows it, and it's recognized by everyone.
Well, there you have it. And meanwhile, the other pudding has cooled off. You got the hot pudding and the cold pudding. So then we had the next segment with a podium. You know, if a podium's involved, it's got to be the Jericho Appreciation Society.
If it's anything stupid that would have fit in on Monday Night Raw 15 years ago, Chris Jericho is the one who suggested it.
Well, and here it is, including part of the wardrobe, apparently. It was the Jericho Appreciators taking the time to give their victory speech. And there was, did you see Jake Hager? He, for a giant, behemoth, mixed martial arts shoot fighter, he is the most for the WWF, just not well. Hager has no facial expressions whatsoever. He has no body language. He stands there with that moot look on his face. You know what a moot look is? That's where if you say to somebody, hey, and they go, like, moot look. He's wearing a white t-shirt, white tennis shorts, and white tennis shoes with no fucking socks. He looked like a fucking ice cream man in Hawaii. Then the 2.0 Garcia, I can't listen to this. All I know is that at some point, Moxley and Danielson and Regal and Yuta and Kingston and Santana and Ortiz came out, and they had a sloppy fight for about 20 seconds, and emboldened by the flame of ambition. All ran off, and nothing else happened.
Naturally, William Regal and El Jericho, so next week they'll have a debate, because that's the way most wrestlers officially go. This is so bad. Tied up in this, it'll be just one program all the time. Jericho's work is atrocious. Extinguish thy flame. Let it be Margaret the Foul.
And by the way, did you see? Like, where I'm especially
Here's how you should be used.
Well, speaking of bad ideas, Tony Storm wrestled Jamie Hayter. And I know that the Tony Storm looks... You know who else has cooled off, Brian? Have you heard about this? Apparently, he needs to set an acetylene torch under his ass again. Our friend Stain. Once every 4 to 6 months, issues some kind of desperate plea for attention, or denies that he will ever accept a non-existent invitation to a Hall of Fame, or, swears that he will never work for X company that has no interest in him whatsoever ever again, so people will talk. And normally we don't contribute to this unless it's something just that we can really make fun of that he said. Because he does every once in a while, he'll say something so stupid that it's fun. But normally we don't fall into this trap of when he's, pulls his pants down on the street corner and wags his tallywhack around. Look at me. But he did it to somebody else to where finally they say, you know what, we're issuing a response. Did you see this? When again he's trying to say that Vince McMahon got in touch with him and said wanted him to watch Raw for a couple of weeks, but he wouldn't do it for free. Did you see that, Brian?
I saw, like you said, every couple of years, all of a sudden there's a slew of different ridiculous things that pop up. I did see this.
Well, this time, it made the news that, he's claimed that Vince got in touch with him, and, well, would you watch a few weeks of Raw? Well, I'm not going to do it for free. He's playing hard to get. So finally, basically a unnamed representative of the creative team, I guess, at WWE is ever been able to narrow it down. They don't want their name attached to this for obvious reasons. He's called the networks as former head writer of Don't feed the puppy. He's homeless.
That's the exhausting conversation right there.
Yeah.
Bruce, USA Network's online too. Oh no, what's going on? Yeah, we just got an email from some guy who says you're a head writer. Oh no, not this again.
And he is still absolutely refusing any thought of induction into the WWE Hall of Fame. And in related news, I have also refused The Rock's many requests for me to help him get in better physical condition in the gym. I will not be doing that no matter how hard he begs. I will just leave this topic with this quote. Vince Russo is to booking wrestling what German bukkake videos are to cinema. And I think pretty much every network and every wrestling company in the known universe has figured that out by now. So that's the thing. On one hand, I feel bad. People got to work. But on the other hand, started, as we've mentioned before, with that guy Samuel Morse. He was patient zero. And then once he came up with the code, then more people started learning it. And now it's spread to 50 million people, and Code Academy are the leaders in teaching you job-ready coding skills. And also, Brian, you've seen, they can teach you one complete course at Code Academy is all about taking magazines and newspapers and cutting certain words and letters out and pasting them together on a piece out a letter, and nobody will be able to trace it to you. That's how good the code is. You know, there's a lot of people know that that can incriminate you in a court of law. Build your portfolio and get a certificate of completion to make yourself more marketable to future employers, or just frame it and hang it on the wall so girls will think you're smart. Folks, you today can land your dream job in web development, programming, computer science, data science, animal husbandry, and tons more. Join the over 50 million people learning to code with Code Academy and see where coding can take you. Get 15% off. That's a big, sizable chunk of what you're going to be out on this thing, and you're going for a new career, so splurge, folks. 15% off your Code Academy Pro membership when you go to CodeAcademy.com and use the promo code EXPERIENCE. Promo code EXPERIENCE at CodeAcademy.com. Promo code EXPERIENCE, 15% off. Code Academy. It's the best academy for you to learn to code. and the whole thing. And this is the way to do it. Again, because the TV viewers all over the world and the country see this as an aberration. It's like they're in the fucking heel's hometown. What a goddamn bunch of assholes. Whatever. And MJF mentioned Cody by name and 2024. Now, we've heard some situations going on. Should we bring that up now, or should we?
Yeah, why don't we finish talking about this?
We'll finish where I'm at. We'll finish where I'm at in this, so we don't get lost. Basically, the conditions are for the match with MJF and Wardlow. He gets to whip Wardlow 10 times. They're redoing. Who did he do this with? This was the Labors of Jericho, right? He was this Cody. He whipped Cody, and then Jericho had to beat a bunch of people to get to him, or whatever. But nevertheless. He's going to whip Wardlow 10 times. Then Wardlow's going to wrestle Spears in a cage with MJF as referee and beat him. If Wardlow loses, he can never sign a contract with AEW. I mean, all these things are preposterous, but again, the performance by MJF and milking the people for all that they were worth, this was great. And so finally, Wardlow goes to sign the deal. He's going to accept all of this. But he can't sign with the handcuffs on, and MJF says, uncuff him, uncuff him. And the people, as soon as he says uncuff him, the fans go, ooh, no, you're making a mistake. And so Wardlow signs the contract and is demolished. Security guys and Spears. And it's, I mean, the security is bumping for him like fucking crazy, and the people are going nuts, and he catches MJF and goes for a power bomb, and Mark Sterling saves at the nick of time by jumping on Wardlow's back. And MJF scurries off, and Wardlow puts Sterling through a table. And if you're going to put somebody through a table, there's the time to put him through the table. What a fucking segment. This is the... I know some people want to see Page and Punk just because you want to see Punk. But this is the match on the pay-per-view that is going to sell pay-per-view. People want to see the big fucker get a hold of MJF. That's the point of the whole thing. So I don't know who would be being given credit for selling these tickets, except if it wasn't for MJF and CM Punk, you attribute it to mass hysteria on the part of people buying tickets to these shows. And that's still part of it. But that's you know, that's what you want to do with wrestling. You want to make people want to see the babyface get a hold of you, and they've done it.
This match itself is an attraction. People can't wait to see
on the spot. Anyway, I believe that Tony Khan should give Dax some cash. extra contracts to train the rest of the guys on their roster. I mean, Dax is incredible. We don't even need to say that. Everybody's recognizing it now. And they did some good, serious wrestling. But then Adam Cole takes over, gets some heat on Dax, and they go to the floor, and they're down on the floor forever before they go to the break. Because that's the kind of thing that would have been tightened up in NXT. Adam would have still been in shape, in some kind of physical condition. He would still been being presented as a top guy, and the referees would have been competent, and they would have all known the rules. This would have been a better match in NXT. But Dax did what he could. We talked about earlier in the program, Jim Ross calling the chest first a la Bret Hart turnbuckle as if it was an offensive move that Bret was known for. They announced AEW is coming to Savannah, Georgia. Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Let's see how that one goes. You know about Savannah, don't you?
I don't know why you're saying that.
When was the last time you heard about a major wrestling crowd in Savannah, Georgia? Exactly.
The NWA?
For anybody. That's why the Georgia also paid Savannah to Rocket at one point in the late 70s. They just fucking ain't gonna lose any money there anymore. In the 80s, when everything was selling out, you go to Savannah, loved you, you know what's up. I'll buy somebody a break if they sell a big house in Savannah, Georgia. The babyface should have an out, so the ribs kind of work, but I'm gobsmacked that the heel without cheating, that anybody thinks it's a good idea for the heel to make the babyface quit without cheating in really any shape or form to lead to it. I still can't get used to that. I don't see why it's necessary. Your thoughts?
Good match. Dax is one of the best wrestlers in the ring that we've seen in a very long time. He gets better and better. Referees been getting a lot of exposure on TV. I'd like to see more FDR matches. FDR was getting a lot of buzz. The fans are really getting behind him. And since that time, we saw Dax versus Punk, and then we see Dax versus Cole, and no more FDR matches.
Who won those matches? Not Dax.
Not Dax.
So every time they start to do something, people are talking about them, and all of a sudden, singles matches or jobs or hide you from television.
Yeah, we got Dax versus Punk, Dax versus Cash, then Dax versus Cole. The other thing is,
at least Dax beat Cash.
You've spent so much time the last several years talking about cosplay wrestling and cosplay wrestlers. Not just guys who want to play dress up and be a character, but people who are performing as professional wrestlers. And I always think about what would embarrass me if someone was here when I was watching wrestling. And it's happened sometimes where I have to watch it and someone's here and I go, how do I explain this? Adam Cole is one of the biggest cosplay wrestling culprits out there. The finish was ridiculous because I don't believe Adam Cole can spin. Yeah, he's got no physique. He's got no tan. He's shorter than everyone. He's scrawnier than everyone. He's a scrawny wrestler. And he's got no tan. He's out there and he looks like crap. He's a cosplay wrestler. He can slap his thigh like everyone else does. He can kick out a little moves like everyone else does. He can flip his hair around. And he's got an entrance that he likes to do his little pose for. And people will yell a catchphrase. submitting Dax to the sharpshooter was ridiculous. The booking of FDR for the last month has been asinine. When you talk hospital wrestling, it's not just about the stupid gimmick that embarrasses us. Imagine you sitting in a room watching Adam Cole versus that. This has to die the fuck.
Warrior blood must truly run thy veins.
I have a game right here in my hand, an original Northern Solely Championship Wrestling Trivia board game. The game of pro wrestling, including 1,200 trivia questions for fans of all ages. Have you played this game before?
No. What year was that game manufactured?
Hold on, let's see what's on the bottom of this. It's not.
Is there a copyright anywhere? It has to be the 70s, if not early.
Oh,
right?
no.
It's the 80s?
1987.
From what company?
1987 Sports Entertainment International. Either than Sports Entertainment International Inc.
I have never heard of those people, and one would have thought that Gordon was on television regularly by that point?
In 87, he was still doing TV or on full, probably. And whatever was still left of Florida, because 87 is when Crockett took it over.
Yeah, so not at his highest viewership level.
And pro wrestling this week, he was doing repetitive.
Well, what are some of these questions?
I'm looking at it here. There are 4 topics, H, G, 80s, and TF. TF appears to be, fill in the blank. For instance, Lord Alfred blank. Hey, correct. G, I'll ask you this G question, I'm trying to figure out what G is. Which fearsome wrestler was once a ballroom dancing instructor?
That's not Ricky Starr. He was a ballet dancer.
I wouldn't call him fearsome.
I would call him fearsome. Ballroom dancing. I'm stumped.
Ox Baker.
And assuming that these are legitimate, which one would think if Gordon lent his name to it, they would be. That's out of nowhere.
So that's G. H.
What does that have to do with G, though? Are there rules of this game printed on the box? Or is it like the wrestling promotions of today, no rules?
Trying to find it. I didn't think about opening all this on air.
Well, goddamn, don't blame me if you're not prepared.
I found the rules.
Skippy. Found the rules.
Oh, they came on a record, too. A message from Gordon on vinyl. Hold on. Hold on. The rules, let's see what these are. Okay, H is wrestling history. G is general wrestling knowledge.
Okay.
80s is wrestling of the 80s.
Okay.
And TF is true, false, or filler.
Well, now it all becomes clear.
Now it all becomes clear. Let's finish this one card.
As Mama Cornette used to say, when all else fails, read the instructions.
Under the history category, Jim, what was Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine's match of the year in 1972? So that's a trick question right there.
Whoa. What? Pro Wrestling Illustrated's match of the year in 1972?
Trick question.
Pro Wrestling Illustrated wasn't published until 1979.
That's right.
Yeah.
In Los Angeles, I assume they're referring to. Of course they are.
That was the cover story in The Wrestler. Pro Wrestling Illustrated had not been started as a title yet.
Here's another card. Who was the winner of Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine's Manager of the Year in 1979?
You there?
That would have been well, now wait a minute. 79 was the first year for the magazine, but would they have had the awards for the year that quickly? Is that another trick question?
I would advise against
Who was
taking
the first
the main
manager of the
gate
year for
into
Pro
the
Wrestling
castle.
Illustrated?
Well, listed for
It's tight
1979
guarded by hardened old hands.
You know what? That may be legitimate.
Try the old road
Remember at
right
that
here.
time, Skolin was managing Bob
Guards
Backlund.
don't know about it.
Here's a question under
You
general
breach the
wrestling
castle
history.
undetected.
Which wrestler by a 79-year-old 112-pound wrestler fan
Yes,
Pasadena,
that's the
California?
spirit. You're just the kind of tarnish that I like.
Was that
I pray for your success.
The Mummy.
The Mummy, Benji Ramirez. The Mummy. That's right. Because the story, and we've seen the newspaper clips in the distant past, but that was he got some kind of, did he not, some kind of blood poisoning and took quite a bit of time off from wrestling over that?
Sounds about right. I didn't realize it was a 79-year-old, 112-pound woman who did it, but that was the way the wrestling business worked back then.
I thought it was an old man, but that was Ole Anderson in Greenville. That guy was 70-something years old, but he was a guy.
I was going to say, who was the most fearsome member of the audience back then, do you think? Is it the old lady? Is it the old man? Is it the guy not saying or reacting to anyone? What do you think?
It's the old man. It's either the drunk younger man or the old man that's not saying anything to anybody. Women with umbrellas, purses, the occasional hat pin, whatever. It's the first time I can remember a woman stabbing a wrestler. It was always usually a guy, and an older guy, because old men had more of a habit of, especially down south, of carrying a knife in their pocket. And that was just something that guys did, especially down south years ago. So,
fill in the blank. Captain Lou blank.
Clyde.
Oh, very close, very close. Which wrestler is known as the Boogie Woogie?
Woo, let's say baby is handsome Jimmy.
Fill in the blank. Gorilla blank.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Gorilla Watts.
You know what? You should get a point. You should get a point for that.
You there?
Which wrestler won the Collegiate Eastern Championship while a member of the Syracuse University wrestling team?
Syracuse, well, if it was the 60s he was talking about Syracuse, it would have been Dick Byron the Destroyer. But since he's talking about Syracuse in the 80s, is it Rotunda?
Mike Rotunda, that is the correct answer. Who was the winner of Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine's Manager of the Year in 1978?
Okay, goddammit, there wasn't one.
Hold on, it's everyone. Hold on, I'm looking at these in order. This is card 75. So, okay. Who is the winner at 78? Arnold Skolin. Who's the winner at 77? The Grand Wizard. Who's the winner at 76? Every one of these cards starts with this question. 76, Bobby Heenan.
And again, it was the after magazines. London Publishing had the Wrestler and Inside Wrestling if they were given those awards, but the Pro Wrestling Illustrated as a magazine didn't exist, so that's confusing.
Some of these are weird questions. Just because I'm supposed to really... This 6'6",
You think we get weird questions here?
This 6'6", 450-pound wrestler was first managed by Sir Oliver Humperdinck. Name him.
Well, I'm talking about Gang was in Florida, right?
Wow, you actually got it. You got it right away. One-man gang.
Well, but he didn't weigh 450.
How much did he weigh?
He was up there about, by that time he was almost 400.
Fill in the
What's
blank.
50 pounds, I guess?
Fill in the blank, Jim. Antonino blank.
Rocca!
Name the wrestling term used to describe any illegal weapon or material used under therapy in a match.
A foreign
cumulative value of Antonio Inoki's platinum robe worn on
You're just the kind of tarnish that I like.
Oh, good God.
I pray
I
for your
remember seeing a
success.
picture a long time ago, but I have no idea.
$425,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
True or false, Jim? The
I know he had the money, but whether he'd spend it on the robe, I'm not sure.
The NWA Championship can change hands if the challenger wins the only fall in a 2 out of 3 falls match. True or false?
False.
What equestrian device dangled from the neck of Haystacks Calhoun?
The equestrian device of a horseshoe.
That's only 6 feet long.
Equestrian device. We're not allowed to give that horse a horseshoe. We've got to get him an equestrian device and then take him over to the metallurgists instead of the blacksmith.
Hey, where do you stand on the argument about haystack versus haystacks?
Haystacks Calhoun, the plural, was, to me, not only written more often or he was billed that way more often, but also it just sounded a little more smoother off the tongue. Yes, I know that there's only one of him, and he was big as a haystack, which is why that he was originally named Haystack Calhoun. But haystacks just seemed like it flowed better. And then the boys would call him Stacks.
Name the 2 wrestling-related occupations Buddy Colt held after his retirement from wrestling.
Wrestling-related occupation, he was an announcer.
That's one. Commentator.
And he was a promoter.
They wouldn't do that on this.
Well, they wouldn't do that on this matchmaker. Did they?
Referee.
Okay, referee. Yeah, but he also ran some towns too, but they wouldn't have revealed it.
Jim, true or false? Death matches are sanctioned by the NWA.
That is false.
That is false. That is correct.
They are not sanctioned at all. The promoters didn't want to be liable in case somebody got hurt.
AEW's don't like death matches, but their death matches are technically sanctioned, right?
Sanctioned, tolerated. You turn a blind eye to. I don't know how you phrase that.
You have a waist inch on your opponent while you stand behind him. Your opponent reverses the move. What is this called?
A go behind.
Standing switch.
Okay. Same thing.
True or false? NWA sanctions chain matches.
False.
Correct. False. What is the maximum number of falls possible in a 2 out of 3 falls match?
And the answer is Grant is buried in Grant's tomb.
True or false? Members of the same family cannot compete together in a battle royal.
That's false.
But did you know this based on what was actually booked that year? Who was the winner of Pro Wrestling Illustrated Magazine's Inspirational Wrestler of the Year in 1980?
Oh, I remember this. That was legitimate. There was a Pro Wrestling Illustrated Inspirational Wrestler in 1980, and what the hell did he do to inspire people? I'm trying to remember.
Can I give you a clue?
Yes, please.
Because to me, this is one that actually is really interesting just based on the significance of this person getting the award at this time. It was one of the biggest gates and houses of the year and of its era.
Bruno! No. Well, shit. Dog.
Junkyard Dog.
Junkyard Dog to come back from the blinding and defeat the evil Michael Hayes in the Superdome.
Well, something that's interesting about this is really cool about it. An African-American wrestler from Mid-South Wrestling. 1980, they didn't even have Oklahoma yet as part of the territory.
No, in 1980, the territory was Louisiana, part of Mississippi, part of Arkansas, and the occasional spot shows over across the line into Texas, right?
I don't even know how much they were doing in Arkansas yet at that time. That was pretty much it. So the idea that the dog wins from that small territory is pretty astounding. I mean, that's one of the reasons he got put on the map nationally was he was getting coverage on this.
Well, and one of the things also Bill Apter told me, their contests, the Wrestler of the Year, all these contests were, they would have for whatever of the year, they were legitimate in terms of who won and who lost. They made up the amount of votes to make themselves look good, but they shot with who actually won the voting. So that's still, and that was why the Dog and the Freebirds and everybody else that was working Mid-South at the time was all of a sudden getting so much attention in the wrestling business because, fuck it, Louisiana had traditionally been one of the smaller money states in the history of the wrestling business. And suddenly, late 70s, Watts opens up the Superdome, and in 1980, this match draws, 30,000 fucking people. So that people in the business were like, "What the fuck's going on down there?" It was like running a stadium show in West Virginia at the time. Nobody drew money in Louisiana.
And it was a 19-year-old kid and an African-American superstar.
Yeah. So, what the fucker? That's where Watts got his name because, let's face it, he was taking people that had no track record anywhere and running the Superdome with them.
Jim, who originated the bombs away move off the top rope?
Ray Stevens.
That's correct. Which wrestler collected a $10,000 bounty for defeating each of the following? Dominic DeNucci, Tony Parisi, and Bruno Sammartino.
Oh, good lord.
Well, actually, he didn't Bruno. I mean, looking at this and trying to think about it, I'll give you the answer. Stan Hansen. I'm trying to think how he actually defeated Bruno. Let's get the next one here.
And well, maybe they're talking about he injured those people. Because who was managing?
Yeah, it must have been an injury.
Run? The Grand Wizard?
It would have been Blassie.
Or is it Blassie? That's right, if Blassie, but I'm going to put a bounty out on these guys. And then Hansen would have hurt him, and that would add to his heat. So when he hurt Bruno, technically he got the bounty, and then Bruno came back and kicked shit out of him, and then he left the territory because he had so much heat, people wanted to kill him.
True or false, Jim? Special referees are excluded from the safety provision applicable to regular referees, according to the NWA.
That is true.
False. What? False. Special referees are not excluded from the safety provisions applicable.
Okay, I thought that was a trick question.
Well, you don't have the rule book in front of you, to be fair.
Yeah.
Which wrestler, while recovering from an injury, managed a sandwich shop in Arlington, Texas, with Jack Victory?
Oh my God. I'm embarrassed about this one because when I lived in Dallas, I lived 5 miles from Jack Victory and 5 miles from Arlington. And I remember I can't remember.
Hollywood John Tatum.
Oh shit! No wonder we don't hear anything about that sandwich shop having all these franchise locations now. John Tatum was involved.
Question?
I thought they were just a tag team. I didn't know they were business partners.
Which wrestler received a record 48,000 calls when appearing as a guest on Boston's WHDH Radio Sports Huddle call-in show? I don't even know how to get this. Roddy Piper.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's 40 years ago or 30 years ago, 35, that this game was done, and that was before that, and yeah, who knows? That was not something that was highly publicized.
A few more here this week, and we may do this again in the future. Spell correctly Larry Zbyszko's last name.
Zbyszko.
That is correct. Good job there. It's tough to do that out loud. That's quite impressive. Who won the Crockett? Let me read it correctly. Who won the Jim Crockett Sr. Memorial Tag Team Cup in 1987?
Oh shit! Okay, 86 was the Warriors. 87 was the year for. Was it Dusty and Nikita?
Dusty and Nikita.
That's right. Because then 88 was Magnum and Garber, right?
Which wrestler? No, 88. No, 88 was no, Magnum was done by that. 88 was Sting and Lucha.
That's
Magnum and Garvin teamed up at the 86 one, I think, in New Orleans, maybe.
That's right. They were in the finals against the Road Warriors. That's what it was. Whatever.
Which wrestler holds the Guinness? Well, again, it's 1987. Which wrestler holds the Guinness World Record for tearing phone books with his bare hands?
In 1987.
I don't think I would have known this. No way.
Hold on. Who was in the Guinness Book of World Records? Doesn't mean it was in the 80s. Just meant it was before that.
Tearing phone books with his bare hands.
Phone books with his Paul Anderson.
Otto Bonds. Son of a bun. I didn't know that. I don't remember ever hearing that before.
I've never heard that either. And it seems like Otto Bonds would have publicized all the outside publicity he could get.
In what city were these wrestlers raised? Mike Graham, Hulk Hogan, Paul Orndorff, Steve Kerr, Dick Slater, Bob Orton Jr., and Brian Blair.
Tampa, Florida.
That is correct. Jim, true or false? Junior heavyweight wrestlers are allowed to compete with super heavyweights.
True.
That is true. Our next question here. Eddie the Lamprey. What is this question? True or false, Jim? Eddie the Lamprey Gagliarducci was considered by sports writers in the 1930s to be the king of midget wrestling.
I've never heard that name before in my life.
False. Of all the things they made up, Eddie the Lamprey Gagliarducci, king of midget wrestling. All right.
Did they have midget wrestling yet in the 30s? Had that become a thing?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I could check. In the 30s. Definitely in the 40s.
Yeah, but I don't know about the 30s.
We'll see if we can find out here. Fill in the blank. Cyclone blank.
Well, depends on what part of the country you're in. Cyclone Negro? Cyclone Anaya?
Cyclone Negro was the answer for this one.
Okay.
Which wrestling manager shares the name of a 1987 defrocked Democratic contender for the U.S. presidency?
Gary Hart.
Defrocked Gary Hart. Playboy Gary Hart.
You know, somebody tweeted an interview that I did on TBS from 87 or 88, whatever year that happened, and I mentioned I spent the weekend at Gary Hart's place or something like that, and somebody retweeted it here recently and said, well, were you and Gary good friends? It was Gary Hart, the fucking presidential candidate at the time, and the reason why he was defrocked is because they caught him having a mistress over to his summer home to go voting or whatever. That was kind of the meaning of that joke, which didn't age well. Now, more people remember Gary Hart, the wrestling manager, than Gary Hart, the guy that ran for president.
Jim Crockett Promotions was started by the late Jim Crockett Sr. in 1935 in what city?
Bristol, Tennessee, or Virginia. It's both.
Actually, I think you're right. This is Charlotte, North Carolina.
Actually, well, here's the thing. He's wrong on the year, too. Because Crockett Promotions was started in 1933. Because that's why they had the 50-year anniversary in 1983, right? But besides that, Crockett started promoting wrestling underneath the promoter at Bristol, which is where he was from, and he was working at the appliance store that the promoter also owned, and then he struck out on his own and moved to Charlotte. I don't think he got to Charlotte, but I could be mistaken.
Wrestler Paul Jones once on nationwide television threw his championship belt off the Gandy Bridge in Tampa, Florida. True or false?
Well, true if you call Florida Championship Wrestling in the 70s national television.
Who is the king of the Canadian lumber? That is correct. Antonino Rocca was known as the Argentine Bull. True or false?
I think that's false.
Good job. That is false. True or false? Wrestler Choo Choo Spelnick miffed at the comments of TV commentator Gordon Soley, agreed to appear on TV with him only if the two sat back to back.
I got to go with false on that one, but it may be a trick question.
It's false, although I do now want to see Choo Choo Spelnick and Gordon Soley go at it. What was the last NFL football team which Wahoo McDaniel was a member?
Oh, hold on. Well, shit. Was it New York or Kansas City?
Miami Dolphins.
Miami. All right, nevertheless. That's right, but he played for New York and he played for Miami. Ernie Ladd played for Houston and Kansas City. I don't know whether... Did Wahoo play for Kansas City?
Not sure. What wrestler became the first to be allowed to compete fully masked in the state of New York on December 18th, 1972?
Mil Mascaras.
That is correct. This wrestler...
And he wrestled Don Jardine, the spoiler, who had to have the open face mask.
This wrestler, now retired, was known as the Big O. Name him.
Bob Orton Sr.
That's right. Here's one I don't know, true or false. Don Leo Jonathan popularized the Mormon swing.
That is, it's the big swing, like Cesaro.
You know, the way they had it here, it made it seem like it was a song or a dance. Don Leo Jonathan popularized the Mormon swing. That's why I was like, what the fuck?
And then he followed it up with the Bristol Stomp. Yeah, no, that is true. That's the big swing.
Let's get one final question here this week. I want to try to find a little bit of a harder one. Some of these are... Okay, let's, all right, this will be the final question this week as I drop all the cards. Final question this week. Which wrestler is credited with developing the bulldogging headlock?
Cowboy Bob Ellis.
And that is indeed correct. Cowboy Bob Ellis is the correct answer. Jim, what are your thoughts on the Gordon Soley Wrestling Trivia Game?
Well, if there's 1,200 questions and you only asked me about 30 there, then we got 1,170 more, so that's good for the next 10 or 20 drive-thrus.
Or perhaps you're a listener of this show and you're saying to yourself, that does not sound like what I signed up for. I didn't sign up to hear Jim Cornette play trivia. That's not what the drive-thru is supposed to be all about.
Legal action.
I think it's time to sue.
It's time to sue, and folks, if you want to take legal action against us for having a shitty, unentertaining podcast, and there's plenty of evidence of that this week, then I encourage you to look no further than this man. Call Stephen show or two. Still to the rest. Yes, folks, if you need evidence that we have done a crummy program here, it's all over the place. We've left a trail of DNA a mile away, but this man, even if you don't have proper evidence, he can make some up. He's just that good. Stephen P. New, newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. If you have had a brush or some type of interaction with people and you need legal recourse, he's the man to do it. We've talked about the fact that he's not only a philatelist but a philanthropist. He's all of those ists. Over there in West Virginia, he's taking care of the hungry people. He's taking care of the kids that need school supplies. He's taking care of homeless people. And on the side, he practices law. And he not only practices it, but he's done that enough that he's gotten good at it. And he's winning over cases left and right. And whether it is the opioid-addicted babies, the poisoned groundwater, the defective machinery that causes people harm, or whether it's just good old-fashioned greed and avarice on the part of these major corporations, suits are being filed now in the class actions over the not only the opioid-addicted babies, but the pharmaceutical companies that were trying to claim bankruptcy in order to get out of paying previous judgment. It ain't that easy. When you got the legal beagle, the bulldog, Stephen P. New, on your side, it ain't that easy for people to get out of what they're supposed to be doing and paying and making right. And he can bring you that same type. What did we say, Brian? In personal injury cases and in all these other cases that he's taken, he has collected, Stephen P. New and his talented minions there, over $100 million for people over the last 20-something years. And he can get you folks at least a nickel 95. Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. You can get even with Stephen, or you can just leave with Steve. Every time he goes to a bar, all the women want to leave with Steve.
Of course, he's a happily married man, and he probably wants to...
Well, he is now, but he had his wilder side. He had his wilder side back in the old days. Back a week or two ago, he was crazy. Legend in that part of the country. In Mississippi and Louisiana, he was very over. In Texas, Watts wasn't really over that much, except that they had been seeing him do commentary on Mid-South Television when he annexed Houston in, 1982. But still, you got the gravitas of the situation that here is this legendary wrestler that retired from the ring to become a promoter, and he runs this whole show, and here comes these heels for the first time since his retirement. Here comes these heels that just don't give a fuck and fucked with him, and now he's going to come back. Watts wanted it to be a mugging, something past a wrestling angle that would wake people up and almost force him to come out of retirement, leave his hands tied. He's got no choice but to defend himself as a man. So the way that it was put together, where everybody involved in it from the start either came out looking better or had a graceful way to branch off to something else. Mr. Wrestling 2 and Magnum TA were the tag team champions. We're their most fearsome challengers they've had yet. The houses start coming up just with the title matches, but sometimes they win, we get the shit, or we kick the shit out of them after the match and keep the heat. Sometimes it's a DQ. Sometimes we won a couple of non-title matches over them. It's a dogfight with 2 and TA on who's going to be the better team. But finally, the night that we win the belts, it's when Wrestling 2 walks out on TA, his protege, the guy that he's been training, that he's gotten disillusioned with, who was getting too popular. He's got a little jealous. So 2 walks out on his partner, leaves him to be beaten by the Midnight Express. We're the new tag team champions. Are there going to be rematches? No, because there's no longer a fucking former tag team championship team. They just split up. That means the heels got the last word on the baby faces, but the baby faces don't look bad because 2 is now a heel. The team is split up, and TA, before he can find another partner and try to regain his belts back, has to go and settle the issue with Wrestling 2. That's called a graceful exit. That's the way that the heels get the final word on the babyface, but it doesn't leave the babyface standing there with their dicks in their hands with nothing to do. So now they're out of the picture. Now the Rock and Roll Express have come into the territory, and the fans have started chanting for them, and they've already started fantasizing about the idea, what about the Rock and Roll in this Midnight Express? And Watts gave them the one little 6-minute match on TV just to give them a taste of what it would look like. And then, now that we're the new tag team champions, we come out on TV and I have the celebration, the party, the cake party. We don't have that. We've split up 2 and TA. We're the new tag team champions. Nobody can beat us. I'm crowing, and obviously this was a Bill Dundee angle because Bill Watts just didn't decide one day, I'm going to have a cake party on Mid-South Wrestling. You know, all the former NFL players I book love cake parties, right? This was a Tennessee angle, but it worked because they had never seen it before. And you've got me, this little fucking nerd, rich kid, pussy, smartass, loudmouth, having this ridiculous party with the confetti and the cake and the noisemakers, celebrating that the team that my mother purchased for me are the new tag team champions of all of Mid-South Wrestling, and the people are fucking hating it in the building. Fuck you, piece of shit, right? Blah, blah, blah. And of course, as this goes on just long enough, here comes the Rock and Roll Express to run out when I go to cut the cake and smashes my face in a cake. And the people threw babies in the air. Again, they've never seen this before. One of the reasons why Tennessee bullshit, as they used to call it in the business, got over in other places is because they've never seen it before. Some of the things in Tennessee got redone a little bit too much, and they lost some of the effect. Concession stand brawls. But when you let those angles go out into other territories that were fresh and you didn't overdo it, it meant so much more because it was different. So, they smashed my face in a cake, and I'm down there, and the people are just laughing, and they've humiliated me. If they'd have come out and taken a blackjack and hit me over the head and busted me open, the people would have seen all they wanted to see. Somebody's got to beat that motherfucker up and put him in the hospital. That's what they wanted to see. As long as they didn't see that, we still had heat. They humiliated me, but they didn't do anything to Dennis Condrey and Bobby Eaton, the Midnight Express. So now it's up to us to get even. Later on in the program, they just so happen to have a little bit of extra time on the show. So Bill Watts says at the announce desk, it was so funny what happened to that no-good sissy, Jim Cornette, that we're going to show that again. And they show it again, me getting my face put in the cake. And right at the end of the program, they're almost out of time. They come back from the tape, and down I come. I got no jacket on. I got no tie on. I'm still covered in cake around my fucking, in my hair and all over the place, and I'm pissed. And when Watts and Dundee had sat down with us to go over this particular angle, this is where the blackjack comes in. It was Dundee's angle, yes, but because Watts was involved and he was the boss and he is a control freak, he was going to lay it out to us. And we mentioned, Brian, a couple of the shows we did a couple of weeks ago. Did I ever get stage fright? Was I ever scared to do a promo or whatever? I said I was always nervous about fucking shit up if it wasn't a promo, if it was physical, if it wasn't in my wheelhouse. I forgot it. I must say I was scared shitless on this promo for two reasons. Number one, I wasn't anxious for the slap that I knew was coming, because I wasn't sure whether I was going to be able to talk for real afterwards or not. But mostly, I was scared shitless because it's not just me going out there and doing the promo. I got to work back and forth with Watts. He's got to say the right thing. I got to have the answers. We got to do the right thing. And I didn't. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I never thought of this before, and I know you had seen some tapes, but before you got to Mid-South in '84, just the nature of what got around and what didn't in the pre-VHS era and then in the early VHS era, were you aware of just how good Watts was on the mic when you got there?
Well, yes, I was aware of how good he was on the mic because the Mid-South Wrestling show aired in Greenwood, Mississippi, which was close enough. Somehow, was it the Greenwood footage?
What was that?
No, Little Rock. I'm sorry, Little Rock.
Oh.
Little Rock. Mid-South Wrestling aired on TV in Little Rock. Randy Hales lived in Jonesboro. Randy Hales could get the Little Rock TV on his antenna, and he started taping some of those early Mid-South TVs and giving them to me in exchange for, because we were fucking tape freaks at the time. So I'd seen Watts as an announcer and as the promoter in Mid-South Wrestling. I'd also seen the old tape that circulated of him versus Terry Funk in a TV match that's still out there today, you can find on YouTube. And I knew that he was, from what the boys said as soon as we got there, noted for being a fucking stiff bastard. And it was funny, as one of the ribs was when Bobby and Dennis started working with Watts. It was a rib, but it was true. They found out. They thought it was a rib until the first night when he would grab you and shoot you off and call drop kick. He wasn't gonna fucking drop kick you. You were gonna get a big punch right in the fucking face. That was his drop kick, right? So he just stayed on the ground and punched and kicked and did the fucking Oklahoma Stampede, and that's, you know, but he was stiff. He wanted shit to look good.
And what did he do? So, well, we'll get to the feud, but he tore his hamstring the first night? Was that what it was?
It wasn't the first night. It was like the first week or so. Well, no, maybe it was a couple of weeks in. He tore his hamstring kicking Bobby and Dennis in the head to get juice on them. Because the deal he did the old spot with Dennis, because Dennis came up with it. What would happen was he would grab Dennis by the face, he'd rake his eyes, and when Dennis would bend over and grab his eyes, like, oh my God, my eyes, Dennis would tense his hands up in a cup over his face. And Watts would then just draw back and punt, football kick, the hands. And it would look like he kicked him right in the face for good reason, because most time the kick was stiff enough that the hands went into the face, right? But that's the way he'd just get juice on guys by just kicking them right in the fucking head flush. So, but anyway, back to the deal. So when Watts and Dundee are laying it out, that's when Watts taught me several things, all in this, you know, one segment. I come out and I'm pissed and I'm getting him in his face. And he's blowing me off. He's not going to dignify me. I'm not worth his time. But I keep going and he starts to turn away and I grab him and pull him back. No, you're going to listen to me. And after a couple of times of that, then he said, okay, I'm going to say, that's it. And he'd grab my hand that I was poking him in the chest with my finger. He'd grab my hand. He'd say, that's it, sissy. I've had enough of you. I've tried to walk away twice now. I lose track of my people like you, and I resort to physicality, and you're not man enough to stand up to it. So I'm going to walk away from you. Consider yourself lucky, whatever. And right as he turns the third time, I'm going to go to stop him. You can't walk away from me, and he's going to spin around and slap the shit out of me, right? Boom. So when we actually got in the confrontation, I was fired up and I was giving it to him. Marshall Dillon, you think you stand for right and might, blah, blah, blah. And he did the first two, and he was going to break in and do the third one. I said, no, wait a minute, I got more to say. And I cut him off because I was on a roll, and I said, I got to fucking do it because I want to get this shit in, right? But at the same time, I've been there for 2 months. This is Bill Watts, and he's the boss. I'm telling him to shut up on his television program, for real. So I'm like, this better be good. Again, I didn't know. Yeah, on some level, I knew that this is the most important thing I'll ever do in wrestling. But nobody, if they had sat me down and actually told me the truth in English, this will be the most important thing you ever do in wrestling and will make your career. Fuck. I don't know about it. I would probably shit myself. But I knew it subliminally, but it was just, we want to do this well. We're getting a chance here. So, anyway, I finish up with the fucking deal where I said, I'm going to have your stupid, geeky-looking son, Joel. He's going to be working for me. He's going to be swabbing out toilets and selling Midnight Express souvenirs. And that's when he got the chance to turn and walk away. And the one thing that I knew was, I said, I'm at least going to make this as easy on myself as possible. I'm going to feed for this, and I'm going to see what happens. Because he can't say I moved, and he can't say he didn't get a good shot or I blocked it or whatever. And that way, if I live through it, you know, then everything's great. And if he breaks my jaw, then it wasn't my fault. So when he turns, he's turning to the right to walk away from me, and instead of grabbing his left arm with my left arm, which would have meant that not only when he spun back around, my left arm would have been in the way of his slap swing, but also if you do that, close to the guy, and a close slap is one of those ones where it's so quick that everybody doesn't see what happened. right? You want to be able to do the whole swing and see the contact instead of the guys being too close. So I reached and grabbed his left arm with my right arm and kept him from turning. That way, I'm ready to go to my right when he hits me. And when he spins around with his right arm to slap me, my left arm isn't in the way and my head's there. And he had a perfect target. He didn't hit my cheekbone. He didn't hit my lips. He didn't cup my ear and break my eardrum. He put that fucking catcher's mitt of a hand of his right under my jawbone on the fucking side of my neck, right there, and hit me as hard as he could. And I was already determined I was going to go to the right no matter what happened, and it gave me a little extra fucking momentum, and it knocked me ass over tea kettle, and boom, and I sell it like I've been hit with a baseball bat. And I try to stand up, and I stagger, and I fall to my knees, and I crawled all the way back to the locker room. I crawled up the stairs, the Irish McNeil Boys Club, crawled up the stairs. It wasn't even on camera, but there was, they hold 750 people in there. There was 750 people, or whatever it was, watching me do this. And then the next chapter, now they've not only humiliated me, but Watts has slapped the taste out of my mouth.
You know,
right, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, one of the great things about that angle, too, is as you start interrupting Watts and yelling at him, he looks at Jim Ross a few times, and Jim Ross has to, like, sell it with his face, like, ooh, you know, I can't believe he's saying this to you. But I always thought the little looks to Jim Ross were great.
Yeah, because nobody had ever talked to him like that, and especially now, you know, if a 300-pound former football player did it, it'd be one thing, but me? Right? That was the biggest insult of the bunch, this little fucking pipsqueak, right?
Can I ask you a question about part 2, what you're about to go to?
Please do.
And you can wait if you want to address it when you get there, but the way you just laid out how everything was explained to you beforehand, one of the most underrated parts, but it's kind of awesome, is Butch Reed walking away.
Well, yes.
So you're going to explain that too. Is that part? Did you know that was going to happen the way it happened?
Oh, yes. Because here's the thing. Now, Watts has done this to me, and that was the end of the television program. But we taped 2 shows in the same night. So the next TV, obviously, you know, one would think we need to do something. But he wanted again to make it legitimate. Instead of it just happening, that we would come out on the TV program, they said, ladies and gentlemen, on the next week's TV, ladies and gentlemen, a shocking incident has occurred. We were taping interviews for upcoming matches before we went on the air tonight, and in one of them, Bill Watts was interviewing Hacksaw Butch Reed about his upcoming match with, I think it was Duggan, whoever it was. We want to show you what happened. Well, then they go to a pre-taped interview where Watts is interviewing Butch Reed, and suddenly I come out and I'm standing about 10, 15 feet away, but I'm yelling at Watts and I'm calling him a whatever I'm calling him, right? Nothing you can't say on television. And Watts just tells Reed, oh, that's that sissy Cornette, ignore him, just go on, Butch. Butch Reed's a heel, right? But
yeah.
But he said, go on, ignore that sissy. Okay, can we get him out of here?
He was the top singles heel in the company.
Yes, yes. And right as Watts has had enough of me heckling and interrupting this interview and looks off camera, the Midnight Express, Bobby and Dennis come from the side door out in the parking lot, come into the building with a blackjack, and Dennis fucking whacks Watts over the head with the blackjack, and down he goes, and the Midnight Express gets on him. When they were laying this out in the locker room beforehand, when Watts was, he told Butch, he said, Butch, he said, when this happens, you've got to realize that regardless of what else is going on, these guys have gone too far, and you don't want any part of it. You don't try to help. You're still an asshole. You're still a prick that everybody hates, and it was Dog he was talking about. Junkyard Dog. And they want Dog to kick your ass, but you don't want any of this. This is not even wrestling. This is a criminal assault. You hold your hands up, you signify that you have nothing to do with this, you didn't know it was going to go on, and you walk away. Because, honestly, that's logical.
that little touch right there, just Butch Reed walking away and then turning around at one point to see it, and like you said, he put his hands up like, oh, I have nothing to do with this.
Shaking his head like, hey, don't try to pin any of this. This guy has committed some of the most heinous offenses in all of Mid-South Wrestling, and he don't want any of this. And so then, again, the racket never came up because Watts wanted it to be a criminal assault. That's where I first learned how to make a blackjack. Fucking nice black dress sock, fucking cardboard toilet paper roll, some fucking coins to give it some weight and some noise, and some toilet paper around it to cushion the fuss so the quarters don't ding your head too bad. And it bounces real nice. Watts got juice for it. But that's what he said. The wrestlers come in from behind. They hit me over the head with a blackjack, and he said, I go down and gig, and then they hold me up, and you give the blackjack to Cornette. Cornette, you hit. Now, he's been attacked from behind. He's being held by two grown men while me, the sissy, fucking hits him over his bloody head repeatedly with a blackjack. And the only thing, honestly, I got carried away, and I think I used it 3 or 4 times, and I shouldn't have. And I actually learned if it was 5 times he got hit with a blackjack, it caved his fucking head in. But
just like he went overboard with the strap with Bobby Fulton.
Yeah, well, but that
tends to happen.
It tends to happen in these moments of, but anyway, that was the thing. So then, boom, once we've done that, then here comes all the top baby faces to make the save. Within 30 to 45 seconds is what the attack went on, because even though you couldn't see it on television, I mentioned the stairs in the Irish McNeil Boys Club, it would take you close to 30 seconds to see something on the monitor in the locker room, run as fast as you could out the door, down this long flight of stairs, and 50 or 60 feet to the ring. And so it didn't look like, well, where is anybody going to help? They had a ways to come. So once the top baby faces get there, we bail out of the situation. We've done our damage. I tossed Dennis the blackjack. You can even hear Jim Ross saying, well, he's got that blackjack. They're giving him plenty of room. Because we're running away, the baby faces would have tried to get us, but we've got a weapon, and now they're going to see about their bloody boss. But there wasn't this 2 and 3 minutes with no help, nobody do anything, where we were just allowed to do whatever we wanted. We got in, we did our attack, it was a street mugging, and people got there as quickly as they reasonably could and ran us off. Now, the people are madder at us than they were before we won the fucking belts, and they're madder at us than after we won the belts, but before I was humiliated, because now we've gotten the final word. It's a roller coaster of emotions. They were mad we won the belts. They laughed at me with the cake in my face. They really laughed at me when I got slapped, but then they got madder at us for hurting Watts. Then he comes back the next week and makes the announcement that, ladies and gentlemen, I had retired as a professional wrestler years ago and moved into promotion. I put that part of my life behind me. And I'm not in shape to come back and be a full-time wrestler again. But as a man, I cannot stand by and let these people do what they've done to me. As a man, I've got to come back one time, one last stampede. It's not for any titles. It's not for any championships. It's not a long campaign. It's one time to right a wrong. And by the time he finished doing his stump speech, everybody within the range of that television knew that they've got one more chance in their life to see Bill Watts in a wrestling ring, and by God, he's gonna fucking torture and fucking humiliate the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette when he does it, and the only thing he needs is a partner. Somebody to fight with me. Well, Junkyard Dog was out of that. No, it wasn't a match with Butch Reed and Junkyard Dog. It was JYD was out of the territory. He'd lost the loser lead. That's why Watts had to go find Stagger Lee, bad to the bone. JYD's alter ego that the people in Mid-South Wrestling knew when DiBiase had fucked him around. Stagger Lee, a few years before, came in and got even. So now, the biggest babyface in the history of Arkansas and Oklahoma wrestling has gone and got the biggest babyface in the history of Louisiana and Mississippi wrestling and Houston. And we're all going to get the chance to see Watts one more time put an end to the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette. Now they're hopeful. Now they're excited. It was a roller coaster of emotions. And as I said, you know, context with the, would it have been better to do the racket? No, the blackjack was better. It was a street crime. There wasn't anything entertaining about this. Nothing could be seen as funny or tongue-in-cheek. It was goddamn... And here's the thing. Then Dundee, having the Memphis fucking mindset that Watts didn't have. Watts, you know, if it had been Watts booking it, to be honest, he's okay, I'll beat the Midnight Express, and then I'll get a couple of minutes with Cornette, we'll get juice on him, we'll do what we did with Akbar or whatever. And Dundee, no. You don't beat Cornette up. You don't beat him bloody. You humiliate him. He can always come back from that because of the mouth. So the stipulations that people paid for, that as a matter of fact, people paid just that 5 weeks in that territory over $1 million in 1984 money. We sold, like, what was it? Goddamn, however many 100,000 tickets in 4 or 5 weeks to these matches. To see Watts either put me in my mother's pink dress, strip me down and put me in my mother's pink dress and parade me around like an idiot, or strip me down and put me in a diaper and feed me a bottle of milk. And that sounds like the most ridiculous shit that you could ever come up with, and people would be laughing like crazy right through the whole thing. They just couldn't even take it seriously. I've never had I had more people over that 5 weeks time that we were wrestling Watts and I was getting dressed in a dress or a diaper try to physically assault me than in the next 2 or 3 years put together. Including, as I've mentioned, some of our biggest fucking hoo-has when the police in Tulsa were taken out and I was running by myself back to the locker room and they almost destroyed Watts' Rolls Royce with the shit they were throwing at me. I had more. Yes, I had more heat coming out of that because they didn't beat me up and hurt me. But they humiliated, people paid to see me humiliated. And again, they took it as serious as a heart attack because when we were getting the heat in those matches, people, I've said this a million times, the people would not have let us left the building if we'd have beaten Watts and Dog. They would have strung us up themselves. So it's not about the preposterousness of the angle or the stipulations. It's how legitimate you can make the emotions behind those stipulations and the grudge and the bad feeling and the angle and the ill will, whatever the case, the confrontation, the conflict. If the people and the conflict are legitimate, then they'll go with the other stuff. But if you just do the other stuff first, it doesn't mean shit. So basically from then on, it was just promos. We never touched Watts again. From that first attack until we got in the ring with him several weeks later. They never touched us on TV again. It was all promos. If we win, I take over Mid-South Wrestling and Watts and his kid work for me. If he wins, then I get the diaper or the baby bottle. We just talked about it. And it did the record fucking gate, not just for Mid-South Wrestling, but for wrestling in the history of wrestling. In almost every town, we $7,000 short in the Superdome. Michael Hayes and Junkyard Dog, you still had that one. But,
you know what I think one of the most underrated parts of the angle is the week after. Because the week after, if you go back and check out that show, 2/3 of the show are all about the last Stampede. The show opens with you at the desk, in Bill Watts' chair, looking as smug as ever. And they're going over the highlights of you attacking Bill Watts. Then we get the announcement of Stagger Lee, and then we get videos of Stagger Lee. We get videos of you storming off at the news. Then we get videos of Jim Ross blindfolded being brought to Stagger Lee. It ends up being it. I've never seen anything.
Because nobody was supposed to know where he was. It was a secret.
Right. Other than the cameraman, I guess. But it ends up being...
Well, that was Joel Watts, and everybody knew that, too.
Was Joel Watts the cameraman for that?
I think he was. He was doing the editing at the time. A lot of the video. Maybe it was Scott Muntz. I don't know.
But 2/3 of that show in Mid-South Wrestling didn't do that, where they just dedicated an entire show. Usually maybe the first 10 minutes they'll focus on the hot angle the week before. But the entire show was building up that match right away.
Well, and he knew, that it's either, and now that we've done it, it's either all or nothing. And he didn't want his return out of retirement to fall on its face after all that.
But let me ask you this. Based on things you've said to me in the past, so the week you attack Watts with the Express, and then the next week is you on commentary with the revelation that Stagger Lee has been found, that's the episode
Actually,
that aired...
no. The next week was not the revelation of Stagger Lee. It was a week after that, wasn't it? Because they didn't... The only problem, we've talked about this, the only problem was that they didn't count their... Dundee was new in the territory with the bicycle of the tape because he was used to the live TV and only 1 week delay in Memphis, and they didn't show the announcement of Stagger Lee until 5 o'clock the day of the show in New Orleans, or we would have done better.
Well, that was going to be my question. Does that mean this was the episode that aired in New Orleans the day of the Superdome show?
Yes. So I guess it was. So yeah, because the Superdome was the first Saturday in April, and we shot the angle the middle of March. So yeah, we had 2 to 3 TVs. Basically, the TV I got slapped, the cake in the face, and I got slapped. Then the TV where we attacked Watts, and then the next week's TV they did announce Stagger Lee. We had 3 weeks of TV from start to finish to go to the Dome, and did 25,000 people almost.
And the week you attacked Watts, like you said before, it happened early in the show. They said we were recording these promos before the show, or right. Promos, but we were recording these interviews.
Yeah.
And then you sat in on commentary the rest of that show. So those fans wanted to kill you. They hated you by that point.
Yeah, it was. You could feel it too. It wasn't even like the fans in Tennessee when you left the building, boo, fuck you, you're a heel. It was like, no, we're going to find you, you son of a bitch. And that's, and I got to give credit to Dundee also, because that's where Dundee had always been a great finish guy. Had incredible finishes and could lay them out and tell them to you where you could see them happening. That's why it was so easy to learn. But he had booked in Memphis, and like I said, a lot of this stuff had already been done too much in Memphis. But when he went outside the territory and was able to go to Mid-South and some other places and bring this kind of stuff, he still understood how to put it together to where that if you hadn't seen it before, it had the maximum impact. And think about this. Dundee had never had a main event position in wrestling until 1975 when he came to the United States. And immediately he's on top in Tennessee with him and George Barnes, tremendous tag team, and then he got over as a single. And then it's him and Lawler, the 2 biggest names in the territory. But this is 1984. He'd never wrestled anywhere else in the United States. He'd never booked anywhere else. And he still had something to prove. So for a new booker to go into a territory that size and pitch to Bill Watts, yeah, we're going to smash the manager's cake in the face. We're going to smash the manager's face to cake. And we're going to dress him in a diaper, and JYD's going to feed him a baby bottle in the Superdome. He had faith in this shit, and he had faith in us, because he had seen what we did. And he knew what we could do, so he had faith in that. But to stick your dick out on the line to tell Bill Watts, your new boss, yeah, we're going to do all this shit. If it hadn't have worked, Dundee'd have been back in Memphis 15 minutes later.
Yeah, one of the funny things about this, when you think about it, is the fact that we know that Bill Watts was one of the few people that got along with Ole Anderson, was talking to Ole Anderson. So how's it going with that Dundee? Oh, he just did this really hot angle with Cake and Jim Cornette. No, I just saw that. He did that here. It was the worst thing I ever saw.
Yeah,
I did record business here.
I closed the whole territory down because they did that. That fucking Cornette and Dundee. And then Watts said, yeah, well, I just made $1 million last month. So, and you? And Dundee also, it was so weird because Dundee knew that I knew what the fuck was going on. To do this, he told me the day before, he said, all right, we're doing the cake party, mate. at TV, bring the cake party. I brought the cake. I brought the balloons. I brought the confetti and the noisemakers. After we got out of interviews that day, I had like 2 or 3 hours. I went to fucking the grocery store and got the cake, and that's where I learned to get multiple layer cakes, because when it was a big giant sheet cake, when they put me through the fucking cake, my nose planted straight in the table, gave me a bloody nose. You couldn't tell because of the icing, but I was bleeding. I got juice for the cake. So then I always got 2-layer cakes, so I had more padding. But Dundee, I knew all the shit from Memphis. If he said, we're going to do the birthday party for the dog, we're going to do the cake party, we're going to do this angle, we're going to do that thing, I knew what to bring. And he didn't have to worry about it. We didn't have special effects people. Brian asked me if I turned the receipts in for the cake and the party favors.
Did you turn the receipts in?
Fuck you. I did all the shit they asked me to do myself. I never said boo to a goose, because I'm happy to be there. And you know what? That was 1984. What was that big sheet cake? $8, and the fucking party favors, I probably had $25 in it. I made $2,000 for the Superdome alone. I was okay. That's what I'm saying is that everything was thought of. And then when we had the climactic match in every town, he beat the Midnight Express. He got juice on both Bobby and Dennis, beat him 1, 2, 3 in the ring, then jerked me in and did either the dress or the diaper, and Dog loved the milk bottle. He didn't care much for the fucking pink dress, but he loved the milk bottle. Because what he would do is he would take a big swig of it and then give me the big, handsome Jimmy Valiant type of kiss and spit the milk in my mouth.
Ew, why did he like that?
Because he's fucking with me. Same thing when they had the fucking diaper. It wasn't a baby diaper. It was a goddamn sheet. Because I was a full-grown adult, right? But they got this gimmick fucking safety pin that was like 8 or 10 inches long, and you could see it in the balcony. And Watts would do the deal where he'd open it and he'd poke me with it in the stomach. And I'm on my back, I'm kicking and and he was really poking me. So you got a good reaction out of it, right? Oh, fuck, motherfucker. But after that, and that's where Watts had told Dundee, and he told us this later on, Watts had told Dundee, well, after this program, they're going to be done. We can't do the rock and roll. You know, all the heat will be off of them. We got to send them on off. Nope, mate. Don't worry, we come right out of this, do the thing with the rock and roll, it'll be fine. We still had the belts because the match with Watts and Dog wasn't for the title. So we were still the tag team champions, and again, yes, he beat Bobby and Dennis and bloodied them both, but then they had to leave. And that was another thing that was dangerous. I had to make the trip with only police back from that ring every night, with those people trying to get at me and not even the boys to, be around me, right? But by the time they kept me in the ring and did all that shit and humiliated me, the people had forgotten that the Midnight Express got beat. The memory that they took was that fucking Cornette got humiliated. And that's what they paid to see, so they were happy. And as soon as they saw that match in the arena, they went and watched TV the next week, or 2 weeks, depending on how the bicycle of the tape went. And they saw the Midnight Express fuck around the Rock and Roll Express. And now I'm whacking that Riggy Morton with the racket. Well, that no-good son of a bitch, he didn't learn. Everything made sense. Everybody had a place to go. Everybody came out looking better. Everybody got paid. And nobody could say, well, why the fuck did they do that? That didn't make any sense. And as we all know, when they're sitting there kicking each other in the ribs with their elbow, hey, did you see that? That don't make any sense. Then they're not paying attention to what you're trying to sell them.
You remember who you guys worked with on the episode where you attacked Watts?
No, I don't, actually.
One of the names I could have guessed, the other one I wouldn't, though. Josh Stroud and Obie Davis.
Oh! Josh Stroud was a fucking heck of a guy. He was a muscle builder and a bodybuilder, but he could work a little bit, but he just started. But he was a great athlete, a black guy, looked like $1 million. And I think, didn't Obie, he looked like $1 million too. dirty, green, and wrinkled. I don't think he would quite look the same as Josh Stroud, but I don't know whatever happened to Josh Stroud. He could have gone somewhere. Well, he did go somewhere because we never saw him again, but he could have achieved success. But you know, that it just needs to make sense and don't slap you in the face with all the loopholes of why that this couldn't actually take place. You know, Brian, though, the one thing that Bill Watts didn't have back then, he had all the wrestling knowledge, had all the logic, all the psychology. He didn't have a lot of hair. As a matter of fact, one of the things I used to say was, Bill Watts, you like to say you walk tall. Well, you're walking so tall, the top of your head's coming all the way through your hair. And he actually, when I did that line the night on TV, he came back to me in the locker room. He said, yeah, you know, good line about that. You know, I've got the male pattern baldness. It runs in my family. And he was justifying his hair loss. The point is that, like Cowboy Bill Watts, 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35 years old, and he was in his 40s then. More than 50 million men in the United States, especially in Bixby, Oklahoma, suffer from male pattern baldness. And if they'd only had our friends at Keeps back in Louisiana in 1984, Bill Watts right now would, well, my God, he'd have an afro. He'd just have a giant head of hair. If only he could have started back. Can you imagine what 40 years on Keeps would do for you? Folks, Keeps offers the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can actually prevent hair loss, but they offer the generic versions of both, so they're not going to rake you over the coals and make you empty your bank account just to keep your head full and warm. 24/7 care and support. Keeps has a network of medical advisors, prescribers, care specialists, and all kinds of people. They even have actually, well, if you need a little company some nights, maybe the 24/7 care support can work on that too if you got a nice head of hair and you're attractive. They've got convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door. Every 3 months, if you don't answer your door, they'll leave it outside the window. Treatment plans are affordable, typically half the cost of prices at these pharmacies that you might go to. They start at just $10 a month because of the generic versions, and prevention is the key, folks. The key to Keeps is prevention, because treatments can take up to 4 to 6 months to see the results, so act fast. But if you stick with it, we've had plenty of testimonials from members of the cult of Cornette that say that they look more like Lon Chaney Jr. and the Wolfman than they do Egghead from Batman. When it comes to your hair, save more and spend less. Folks, if you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to Keeps, KEEPS.com/JCE to get your first month of treatment for free. That's Keeps.com/JCE to get your first month of treatment for free. Boy, I tell you what, you just gotta slather this on, but watch out, you know, if you get too much on your hands, you'll have to comb your knuckles. Keeps.com/JCE. When they'd book them back to back on, you know, successive days. And because they were running 2 and sometimes 3 shows a night in North and South Carolina and Virginia every night of the week, you know, it was hectic, but we never got to do that alone. So I went to Mid-South because this is an example of what the guys, what their schedule would be like in the territories. Some were shorter. As we said, Memphis was a 2,000-mile-a-week loop, so that was kind of mid-range. It wasn't a short trip like Knoxville or Continental that we mentioned down in Pensacola, but it wasn't a Mid-South. It wasn't Calgary. You know, Florida was shorter, but Florida and Georgia were shorter than the Carolinas by a long shot. Fucking Vern had such a huge area in the Midwest that they had been flying from an early time anyway, and they only ran kind of a 15 to 20 day a month schedule. So anyway, the point is, when in the territories of the 70s and 80s, this is the kind of thing you'd be doing, and this is why that most of the matches were called in the ring. This is why that everything that was done had a more spontaneous feel to it, because it was probably the first time that it had been done, or especially on promos. We did very little shit over, called the matches as they happened, heard the finishes an hour before we went out to do the match, and in a lot of cases not able to speak to the opponents. But explain to me how you have a personal life when you do this, and explain to me why all these fucking guys who have this fucking weekend schedule now are bitching about life on the road. Or in the case of some of them, they flip out and they say, oh, we're living the life of rock stars, so we've got to assault a bunch of people over it. This was not a rock star's life here I'm about to describe to you. Let's just start off with Monday, April 2, 1984. We're living in Alexandria, Louisiana, which is the midpoint in the state of Louisiana. Most of the towns are either north or south or east or west. We're right in the middle of it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't pick Alexandria, Louisiana as a place you wanted to live, especially in 1984. We're in Baton Rouge. That's a gimme. It's only 100 miles each way. And we had to be in the building at 6:30 or we get fined $50 because the show started at 7:30. The shows back then started at 7:30 on weeknights, usually 8 o'clock on Friday and Saturday, because people needed to have time to get off of work, get home, eat something, and grab the kids and get to the wrestling matches. And they didn't want to stay up past 11 o'clock on weeknights, so you tried to have the show over with by 10 so the guys could get on the road and so the people could get home, because they wouldn't bring the kids back next time if they kept them out too late. So the show ran from 7:30 to a little before 10 o'clock. I don't care if there were 5 matches or fucking 12. Somehow it worked out. So for that, we'd leave about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd meet the boys, Bobby and Dennis and I would meet right next to the McDonald's in Alexandria, because that was where Dennis was living at the beautiful Alexandria Motor Inn. And we'd get lunch actually it'd be lunch for me and dinner for them, because they would have gotten up somewhat early. Dennis used to work out in those days. He was lifting and going to the gym, and he was single at this time, so he had some extra time. He'd get up and occasionally go to the gym and work out somewhere back in those days. Bobby was married, but Bobby did cardio every night when he was in the ring. Can you think of anybody, Brian, in 1984, the way they worked, that got better cardio every night from just wrestling than Bobby Eaton?
He's in constant motion.
Perpetual motion.
Yeah.
And one time I reached up to give him the Iggy, grab his leg and give him the Iggy on a referee spot, and I grabbed his calf and I thought I grabbed the ring post. He was hard as a fucking rock. He just had no muscles that would show. Anyway, so we'd leave at 4 o'clock. We'd have lunch at McDonald's. We'd fucking get to the show at 6:30, the Baton Rouge Centraplex. Bell time 7:30. Show'd be over at 10 o'clock, and we're back on the road, and we're home by midnight. Baton Rouge was an easy one. Of course, after we got out of there, well, if we got back before midnight, I would eat at home. But usually after the matches, I'm on the search for fucking food. Some things have never changed. Because the boys would get up earlier, so they'd have breakfast. That way, when they ate on our way to the show, that was really their dinner. Because then after the show was Miller time, and they were more concerned with drinking beer. Since I was going to sleep until a couple hours before I had to leave town, I never had breakfast, so my lunch at the fast food place on the way out of town was my breakfast, and then I wanted to eat as soon as we got out of there. But since I was usually driving back, sometimes even if it wasn't my car, if it was late at night and the boys wanted to drink, then they humored me on the food. But anyway, the next day is another short trip, Shreveport, Louisiana. It's 130 miles from Alexandria. Of course, there were no north-south interstates in those days in the state of Louisiana, so it was all state highway. So you'd leave about 3:30, get there about 6:15, just so Grizzly wouldn't find you. fucking be done at 10 o'clock, and you're on the way back. And the same thing again. When we would meet for the ride, we'd go to stock up on some fucking fast food, get to the town, get back, and in this case, I would not come back because Wednesday, Shreveport, was interviews at the TV station. So while it was only, 2.5 hours up there after the show, I'd stay over at the beautiful Alamo Plaza Motor Inn. Boys could go on home, and then we would do interviews all day, the rest of us, at the TV station in Shreveport, and then that night had to go to Jackson, Mississippi, which was 200 miles from Shreveport. So we'd start interviews at 9 o'clock in the morning, finish those about 3 o'clock, hop in the car, rush. They wouldn't fine us if we were late on the Wednesdays. There I'd meet up with the boys again, boom, we'd do another fucking show, and then head back to Alexandria, which was another 200 miles. So we would get home Wednesday night at somewhere around fucking 2 in the morning from Jackson, Mississippi, because it was not all interstate. You're on the back roads, stop signs in little towns, speed traps, etc. So in that period from Tuesday afternoon until 2 a.m. Thursday morning, we've driven 330. We've driven about 550 miles. We've worked 2 house shows, and I've done a 6-hour stint of interviews. Do you see time to work out yet, Brian?
No.
Then we get back to Alexandria Wednesday night, Thursday morning about 2 o'clock, as I said. Well, the next day we got to go to Crossett, Arkansas. Well, that's only 150 miles away, but it's up in freaking Arkansas. Did I mention all state highways, no interstate? And it's an outdoor show at a school gym, so we got to get there, make sure we find our way in. There's 1,000 people there, so it's not bad. We're on the ball field with the Rock and Roll Express. But Hunter said we probably left about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we probably got home about 1 a.m. Because that was good, because that way we could sleep a little late the next day, because the next day was going to be a long day. Houston, Texas, 500 miles round trip. Not all interstate. Plus, it's a Friday. So even back in those days, when you get into Houston, Texas on a Friday evening, around about fucking 6:30, you had traffic, right? So we would leave, and to make sure we had time to stop and eat, and maybe even eat again if we left it fucking, because it's going to take every bit of 5 hours, and we got to be there by 7 o'clock, because the show's at 8. So we're going to leave at 1:30, because we're going to eat lunch in Alexandria, and we're going to eat again before we fucking get to the building, probably at a Dairy Queen somewhere around Beaumont or Port Arthur off the interstate. We get there at 7 o'clock, bell time 8, the Houston shows at the Sam Houston Coliseum, and thank goodness so much of the tape it still exists, because Paul Bosch tapes all of his events. Those mega shows with all those main event matches and all the stars that people see on YouTube, they never lasted 3 hours. You didn't have to. Maybe the Superdome would probably go 3, especially if Flair was on top. But otherwise than that, even these mega shows did not last 3 hours. People's asses went to sleep, plus you had to get out of there and get to the next town. So we'd be on the road by 11 o'clock. Out of Houston, nighttime travel was a little quicker, so we would goddamn probably be back home, about fucking 3 or 3:30. And of course, you got to find something to eat. Back in those days, even the all-night drive-thrus were few and far between. It's not like it is today. There were basically restaurants and interstate exits were fewer and farther between in those days to begin with. A lot of times, when we'd come back from Little Rock, Arkansas, we'd stop and eat dinner at a gas station, because that was the only food that was still open between Little Rock and the Arkansas state line headed south.
Yeah, I'm getting ready
They
to
did have wonderful smoked sausage on a stick.
open the window, put the fan in it, but I'm hooking up the air conditioner tonight.
Whatever the fuck we've eaten still strewn all over the back seat of the fucking car. About 3 o'clock in the morning. By the time you go to bed and get up, Normally it would be noon, but in this case, the next day we got up earlier because the next day was New Orleans at the Superdome. Now, Houston was a 500-mile round trip going west of Alexandria. New Orleans was a 400-mile round trip going the other direction, east. And this was the first Superdome show, so I had to go down early and pick up Mama Cornette from the airport, who came down to see me. However, let's just say it was a typical New Orleans show. It's 200 miles. Again, it's not all interstate. You don't want to be late to the Dome because of the traffic situation. It's downtown. So and they did want us to be there earlier. So we probably left somewhere in the area of 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Drive 3.5 to 4 hours by the time you stop and get something to eat. You're there at the Dome. That's the latest show you'll be at. So we probably got out a little bit before midnight. Dropped Mama Cornette back off at her hotel so she could fly out the next day and go back to Alexandria and get back literally at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning again. But it's okay because we don't have to leave, Brian. For Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, a nighttime show the next day on Sunday, not afternoon like it usually was, but a nighttime show. Until somewhere around, wait a minute, let me do the math, until somewhere around 11 o'clock Sunday morning. Because it's 530 miles from Alexandria, you had to take the state highway up to Shreveport, turn left, take the interstate 210 miles over to Dallas, turn right, and go another couple hundred miles up to Oak City. That was the quick way to do it. So we were back in our hometown about 8 hours, turned around, left again, got to Oak City for the evening show about 6 o'clock, because as I said, that time was about between a 7 and 8 hour drive. And then we stayed over that night because the next day we were going to Little Rock, Arkansas, which was 330 miles back to the east of Oklahoma City. But at least it was across the interstate. They had an interstate up there even back then. So that only took about 5.5 hours, so we left the next day about 1 o'clock. Are you finding any workout time yet? Do you see when we went to the movies? Do you see when we had time to go out and have the after parties from all these shows? Or when we got to the building early so we could practice stuff and rehearse things and hang out with our friends? So after Little Rock, then the fun begins. That's a Monday. Well, there was no interstate whatsoever between Little Rock, Arkansas and Alexandria, Louisiana. It was 270 miles of state highway through every little town with stop signs, 2-lane road. So even at night, with no traffic, it would take every bit of 5 to 5.5 hours. So we would get back from Little Rock somewhere around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. But it was a good thing because the next day was Lake Charles, and that was easy. That was only 100 miles. And so we could leave about 4 o'clock in the afternoon so we'd catch up on our sleep. Every day we meet for the ride, we get the fast food, we go to the show, we get out, we find some place to get food at that time of night. There's always a convenience store to get the boys beer, and we're back in a fucking car. Lake Charles, we leave at 4 o'clock on Tuesday. We go down there, we work the fucking show. We're back at about, say 12:30. But that's a good thing because the next day's Wednesday. I have to leave Alexandria by 6:45 in the morning, counting rush hour through fucking Bunkie and Nacogdoches to fucking get to Shreveport to do interviews by 9 o'clock. And we do interviews for another 6 hours. And then we have time, and thankfully Bobby and Dennis didn't have to do interviews since I handled them, but all the other guys are there. Then we have just enough time to leave the TV station. The guys that wanted to go to the bank there in Shreveport and cash their checks, go to the Pizza King and have a fucking pizza, and head on over to the Irish McNeil Boys Club because we got 2 hours TV to shoot that night, which started at 7:30. Finished up about 10 o'clock, and we were back home in Alexandria by midnight, which was a good thing because the next day was fucking Biloxi. Remember what I said about New Orleans being 200 miles the other direction? Well, goddamn Biloxi's 60 miles past that. So, and I fucking hated Biloxi. And so that is 260 miles each way. Literally a fucking 5-hour drive. So we leave at fucking 1:30. We get to the building at 6:30. We leave at 10. We're back home at 3. The next day, Friday the 13th, Baton Rouge again. So we go back 100 miles the direction that we just came the previous morning to go to Baton Rouge and 100 miles back. Because we got a big weekend coming up. They probably gave us a good fucking rest there. Because on Saturday, April 14th, we had a matinee and an evening. Brookhaven, Mississippi at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon at a fucking high school. 300-mile round trip. We got back home just in time to work Alexandria that night, where we were actually home so we could sleep in our beds and get home before the evening news. Because the next day, on Sunday, April 15th, we were in Beaumont, Texas at the Civic Center at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant, since it's 160 miles, we had to leave for that show at fucking 10 a.m. So we left on Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning. We got to Beaumont at 1. We did the show at 2. We finished at 4. We drove another 90 miles to Houston. We worked a show that night. That was the last Stampede, so we actually worked 2 matches that night. Got out of there at almost 11 o'clock and got back home to Alexandria at 3 a.m. So that was a 17-hour day. I haven't got any gym time yet. Have you, Brian? Am I leaving anything out? Did I leave out the time that we have all the fucking time to tape the vignettes and everything and stuff? Yeah. Do you want me to go on? There's another several weeks of this.
Well, no, I think we've gotten the point.
We've got the idea. Let me just count one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Holy shit, we did a goddamn show on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock in Hughes Springs, Texas. I don't ever remember doing a Friday afternoon fucking...
How does that draw? I mean, it's April. Schools...
It was a school deal. Because we were in Texarkana that night. And they arranged a thing at the school, and all the kids came to the school. I remember it now. All the kids came to the show because it was a school thing. 3 o'clock after school got out. Did $5,300. That's about fucking 500 people. Actually more, because kids' tickets would have been cheaper. Anyway, I was counting 7, 14, 15, 16. 17 days later, I got a day off. After that schedule that I just described to you.
So you got a day off. Did Dennis and Bobby get days off too?
Yes, we all 3 had a Wednesday off.
Okay.
Because, as a matter of fact, hold on and I'll tell you. I just closed the goddamn thing, not knowing you'd ask a follow-up. But, where was it? We were off of a Monroe, Louisiana show. The card didn't quite work out. And then we had one, and these were with double shots every Sunday, and as I mentioned, that one week we did 2 shows on Friday in Texas. We were back in Alexandria for the last Stampede on the Saturday, and then did Sunday in Hammond, Louisiana in the afternoon, and Lafayette, Louisiana in the evening. But anyway, after that day off that I mentioned, it was 1, 2, 3, well, basically, it was another 2 weeks before we got another one. You didn't ask for a lot of days off, because if you asked for days off, you'd get Houston off, New Orleans off, Oklahoma City off, all the big payoffs, and you'd still be working in Hughes Springs. But that's what...
So when you hear guys from the 80s in the WWF complain about their schedule, which is all over the country, and a lot of it's on planes, what do you think? Who had it rougher? Guys working from Mid-South after Watts took over McGurk's territory, and he had Louisiana and Oklahoma? Or guys who worked for Vince in the, let's say, late 80s?
Well, late 80s is... those guys, it would have been worse for me, the WWF schedule, because those guys were not only flying everywhere, which I always hated and used as a means to an end to do what I was loving, but they would actually be on the road without going to their homes for 15 or 20 days at a time. Whereas, as you can see, we would go home, and the guys in the territories would be home a lot. As far as often, they just wouldn't be home a lot as far as time. You'd get home in time to go to bed and get up and leave again, in a lot of cases. Even in Memphis, it was still hectic. And that was a shorter trip territory. But that's why I'm saying the difference in the territory, because you can't say that the WWF in the 80s was a territory schedule. Crockett, by 1986, wasn't really a standard territory schedule. Guys like the Sheik, who he loved to make his trips in his territory. He loved to travel with the boys. He loved to have he loved to do the car trips. He loved being on the road. You can imagine him, but he also liked to go home and be with his family. So he would go from Detroit to Cincinnati, and then go back home that night.
He also had a limo.
Well, he had a limo, but still, yes. But then he'd go back to Dayton the next day, but Grizzly Smith, who I can't imagine how he did this, especially at his size. It had to be so uncomfortable. But he made the Mid-South schedule. All the guys that worked there for it, DiBiase said, I worked there for my hair was falling out and I wanted to quit the business, right? It broke everybody. Grizzly's the only guy that did it all those years. Himself, on and on without leaving the territory, because he was Watts' agent. So he probably, from the falling out that he had with Watts when he was booking for the Culkins in Mississippi was 78-ish? So by 1979 or so, until the end of Mid-South Wrestling, Grizzly made every fucking town that I'm aware of and never stepped foot on a plane. After the deal, he was going to Puerto Rico one time, I think, in the early 70s. And the landing gear wouldn't come down, and they had to foam the runway, and they were telling people this could be it. And he told himself, and I can identify with this, if I get down, I ain't getting on another one of these motherfuckers. And he did, and he didn't. So he would, we had a couple, as you can see from that schedule, there was many times where I would go 2 days without eating a meal anywhere else but in our car. But he would have a young preliminary babyface or heel, whoever was not making a lot of money, and he'd have him drive Grizzly's car. So it didn't cost the guy any no gas, didn't put miles on his car. Grizzly would fix him up with his hotel, whatever, but Brickhouse Brown did it. Everybody did it at one point. But Grizzly was in that car, and he was the first one to the fucking show and the last one to leave. It was amazing. Anyway, that's the difference in life on the road today and life on the road back then, and any of the territories. The fucking West Texas territory was a long trip territory, from what I've been told. And I've been to those places. I never worked that territory. I can't imagine driving between fucking Amarillo, Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, out to Albuquerque, and across Tucumcari on a weekly basis. That had to be insane. Terry Funk told me one time they did their TVs, I think, on like a Saturday or a Sunday morning after some long trip that was like 8 hours away up in New Mexico or whatever. And they fucking left late and had to drive 100 and some miles an hour to get to this fucking, but West Texas is so flat, you could get away with it out there. But anyway, it was always, that's the thing, when you left at the right time, you still would encounter traffic. I remember one time we were in Texas, and the first time we were in Texas on Easter, and didn't realize everybody in Texas on Easter Sunday is on the fucking highway because they're all Catholic. Trying to get to Houston before we got fined, and Dennis Condry was driving 70 miles an hour down the goddamn the shoulder of the road, the emergency lanes, trying to get there. Things would happen, and you'd pretty much every couple of days you'd be in some kind of panic wondering if you were going to get to your next shot. So there was a lot of time to dwell on these dramatic morality plays that the guys come up with in their minds, or, you know, practice things or rehearse things or whatever the fuck. It was, you get there, you get the gist of what you're doing, you know who you're working with, you fucking do it, you go and you leave and you do it again the next day, or sometimes later that day. And it was hectic to lead that life, but it led to a lot better performances, it seems like.
Well, you know, it's too bad when you were on the road and you needed a place to eat. Back then, you didn't have too many options. You didn't have something like Magic Spoon that you could take with you on the road.
You are exactly right, because, you know, from the time that I was a kid, and I would always be told, oh, you shouldn't eat cereal. Cereal's bad for you, all the sugar and the carbs and the unhealthiness. Cereal was looked at as junk food. Well, no more. Because now you can eat great tasting cereal and not feel guilty about eating it. Our friends at Magic Spoon are back. I don't know where they've been. They haven't been anywhere. We've gone away. They've been right here producing amazing cereal. Cocoa flavored, fruity flavored, frosted flavored, blueberry flavored. Tastes amazing, too good to be true. We've been raving about it forever. Keto friendly, gluten free, grain free, soy free, low carb, GMO free. I don't know how the heck they do this stuff, because it's so free of everything, you'd think there'd be nothing left, but it is. It's goodness. 3 net grams of carbs in each serving, 11 grams of protein, no sugar whatsoever. Your kids are eating it. Stacy eats it. You eat it. You can take it around like snack, eat it like popcorn. You don't even need to put the milk on it. It's amazing. Are you still in love with your Magic Spoon?
Oh, yeah. I love that frosted one. That's my favorite.
Blueberry, I think is, but the fruity, all of it's good. Anyway, folks, if you want to have the best tasting, healthiest cereal on the planet today, and that is absolutely not an exaggeration or hyperbolic, go to magicspoon.com/Jim. Grab a variety pack. Get one of each. Try the goodness today. The promo code is JIM. At checkout, you will get free shipping. Use the promo code JIM when you go to magicspoon.com and get free shipping on a variety pack. They're so confident in the quality and the goodness of Magic Spoon. It's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. If you don't like it for any reason, they will refund your money and not even interrogate you about it. No questions asked. We thank Magic Spoon for being our sponsors, and we thank them for providing us with healthy breakfast. And unlike, as we've been talking about breakfast so often lately, unlike all the syrup and butter and bread and carbs that you like in that French toast.
That's right. Put it all on me. And
well, I eat healthy, low-carb sausage gravy.
You need more Magic Spoon in your life. I've got lots of Magic Spoon in my life. I even got to have a special Magic Spoon bowl and spoon that I bought.
Wait a minute. Now you have your own Magic Spoon bowl and spoon now?
Yes.
Where you eat your Magic Spoon cereal?
I saw it on their website, and I said, you know what? When I have my frosted Magic Spoon cereal, I want it to be in this multicolored, psychedelic, looks like something that would have been on Billy Graham's tights in the 70s. I said, I need this bowl, and that's what I got.
Well, and also it doubles, that way you can get your hair cut. Same thing.
What?
Turn the bowl over the top of your head and get your hair cut.
Did your mom ever do that to you?
No, the bowl wouldn't fit on my head. My head was too pointy. It didn't fit right. Anyway, Magic Spoon, folks. More Magic Spoon in my diet and less biscuits and gravy is what you're trying to tell me.
That's what I'm insisting on. We need you to be healthy for years to come of great podcasting and wonderful pontifications about the world of professional wrestling.
I will take that under consideration. I'll try to live as long as I possibly can. What we did last week on the show was we examined, just because it was the 30th anniversary, we went back and looked at January 1988, right? And a lot of people like that say, oh, I love it when you go, you know, nightly for a month and we see what the schedule is like and travel and shows and everything. But a lot of other people like that we got into a discussion somewhat, and there's been several questions lately that we've had people write in. Some people, I think we put it up on the YouTube. Our YouTube. We didn't plug the YouTube. Corny YouTube. Go to jimcornette.com and hit the YouTube button. But the headline was, what part did Dusty Rhodes' book downfall of Jim Crockett Promotions? Because we had fleshed that out a little bit. And I said that, you know, ultimately Jim Crockett had taken the heat, the buck stops there, and that promo he did during I think the Mid-Atlantic Memories the documentary shoot. So Dusty, you know, may have had movie producer ideas. One time he said on the plane, he said, boys, we're flying back from some show, and we did 12,000 people, wherever the fuck it was. He said, boys, this time next year, we're going to be making major motion pictures and sitcoms. And I swear to God, the next year, that thing was the learning the ropes fucking thing or whatever. They were actually making a fucking sitcom or in a sitcom, but he dreamed big, no pun intended, and wanted the best talent, and wanted to have the best, you know, the plane flying back and forth and everything. But ultimately, the guy running the business has to say we can do this or not. And Crockett fell victim, which that was another question that we fielded recently. Go to YouTube for that. Crockett was led to believe that he was going to make a lot of money when he bought all the territories, Kansas City, Florida, UWF, from the television syndication network like Vince was doing up in New York. They're making all that money on commercials. And so he bought all those territories, assumed all those TV spots, some paid, some barter, but you've had to fill the fucking time, more TV tapings, etc., etc. And the syndicated revenue didn't come, because I think while Vince, as we've talked about, had a great infrastructure as far as an office in the big city, Crockett either dealt with the people that had been working for Crockett Promotion for 30 years in Charlotte, or in some cases listened to some of the wrong people, I think, that he tried to catch up to Vince through these syndications and pay-per-views and such. So the TV revenue didn't come in, and also Vince, as we've also talked about recently, sabotaged Crockett on pay-per-view. And no, if you carry this fucking Starrcade business, you will not get WrestleMania. And kept it off, Starrcade 87 off what? Did they have 5 cable systems? The Charlotte cable system carried it. So I got to record it, and then I found out after the fact. I don't even think we knew at the time that all of them were going to not carry us, but it was Meltzer's in San Jose because they gave their word, and like 4 other fucking Charlotte and 4 other places, right? So anyway, so Crockett was sabotaged off pay-per-view, and the Bunkhouse Stampede we had talked about in January '88. So all of a sudden now Crockett Promotions is not on fine financial footing, partially because of these decisions and partially because the booking and the overall shows and the house shows and gates from late '87 through the early part of '88 had taken a turn for the worse, headed south, as they say. So is that a fair summation of where we were talking about before and where we ended up at?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where we were.
So over the past week, I started thinking about that. It wasn't anybody's one fault. It was a series of circumstances. And Jim Crockett probably contributed as much as Vince McMahon, and Dusty may have had a fucking 15% penalty fucking percentage of responsibility in there, or whatever. But it's interesting to look at how everybody on those sides reacted once they knew that their business was not good. Even though it still kind of looked good on the outside, they had gone in the hole on money they'd committed and et cetera, et cetera. It looked like the crowds were still half-ass there. Everybody reacted in a different way, and we can kind of pinpoint when we know that Crockett figured out that he was in trouble because of our Mine and the Midnight Express's contract negotiations, as you said before we went on the air today. When we started talking, because January and February, we weren't making any money, as I'd mentioned last week, and March was not looking to be any better. And we were on contracts of $100,000 per year minimum guarantee at that point, but that had not been an issue because we'd always made well over that with Crockett. But all of a sudden, we're making $6-7 grand a month, and it's looking like it's headed downhill. We didn't have anybody to work with. Our programs were kind of floating after the new year. So somewhere around the middle or the end of March, we started negotiating with Crockett, and he was convinced that even though the pay-per-view attempts had been sabotaged, Turner Broadcasting was going to help them get on pay-per-view through Turner Home Entertainment, and they were still counting on this television revenue. Because when he started talking, he started talking about the syndicated revenue coming in from the vast network that they had, etc., and we were all going to make a lot more money than we thought. And over the period of a couple of meetings, and I swear this is the way this went, and we got this on paper. I have this contract. I think I printed a page of it in the Midnight scrapbook. We wouldn't mention a figure, and he wouldn't offer one. He just talked about the TV revenue, and we said, Jimmy, we got to have something on paper. And at the time, they were doing the balloon payments, so he could pay you along as the houses drew, but he had to pay you at the end of the contract the balance that he owed. So he was front-loading the things because of all his TV revenue. And so finally, I said, just to be a wise ass, I said, Jimmy, it sounds like from what you're saying, we could all make $250,000 apiece next year. He said, well, I can't remember exactly. I don't have the notes with me as to where our budget was, but I don't think you'd be too far off. And I looked at Stan, and Bobby just blinked, right? And I looked at Stan looked at me and said, well, why don't we come back, Jimmy, when you've got your notes with you? I swear to God, this is on my mother's grave. This is a recreation of that conversation. And he was being so smug because he knew he was about to have a lot of money coming in, and he was going to be, running this fucking big talent roster and et cetera, et cetera. So we reconvened the following week when we were back in Charlotte after promos. And he said, well, I had you guys figured in at the level where you'd be making $200 grand a year apiece. And I swear to God, my first words out of my mouth were, Jimmy, well, fuck, we said 250 and you said 200. Why don't we just say 225 and call it even? And he said, okay. That was how hard it was to get that fight. And we signed the contract a week later. And all three of us, me and Bobby and Stan, walked out in Crockett's parking lot. It was a converted convenience store on Briarbend Drive off of South Boulevard in Charlotte with Mercedes and Lincoln Town cars in the fucking parking lot and Corvettes. And we looked at each other, and I said, I don't know if he'll ever pay us all this money, but at least we got something on paper with his signature on it, and it's notarized. And it ended up at the end of when he sold to Turner, he owed us 66 grand on our balloon payments, and we settled for 40 cents on the dollar, which I've noted before, but that was 26 grand, so he owed us 40 grand, but still, we got that much extra out of him, and TBS started paying us on our contract amounts to do less work than ever before, as we'll get into. So the point is, that was April 15th we signed that contract. And I've always wondered, he may have either found out just right afterwards, because they were negotiating, I believe, with Tully and Arn, and he cut that off.
for new deals. So he either found out right after he signed ours, or maybe he found out a couple days before. Maybe I've always underestimated Jimmy. And he's like, fuck it, I'll sign this. I won't have to pay him, but goddamn somebody might. You know, whatever the fuck. I don't know. But it was sometime around, you know, April-ish that Jimmy found out that they were a couple $1 million in the hole because of this money that was not coming and all these other things that had happened and the reduction in the house show business and etc. So at that point, the business is going to get worse before it gets any better. Because obviously, the first thing Jim Crockett does is they have a great relationship with Turner Broadcasting, the #1 show on the station. They're already talking about getting involved in the pay-per-view business, and because when they blocked Crockett, that was the reason for the first Clash of Champions in March of '88, because TBS gave Crockett the free over-the-air free cable national broadcast of the Clash of Champions opposite WrestleMania that year, because Vince was playing dirty with getting them off of the Starrcade and the Bunkhouse Stampede. And that started the cable wars that we almost had, remember, between the cable companies and the wrestling promotions, because they're mad. Then each side started costing the other side money. When was it finally? 89?
89. It started in 80. It started in 87 with the Starrcade incident, and then of course Clash of the Champions 1 ran against WrestleMania 4 in 88, and then of course the Royal Rumble. Actually, Vince fired back after Starrcade debuted the Royal Rumble against the Bunkhouse Stampede. Then the Clash of the Champions, finally Crockett fires back, and this time Turner is on his side and gives him that time spot, and it's a huge success. And then of course 89 they went Flair Steamboat against Savage Hogan WrestleMania.
From the Superdome, and George Scott wouldn't promote. Anyway, so the point is...
And then the cable company said, cut this out. Actually.
Yeah, because you're costing us all money. But so Crockett goes to Turner, obviously, as, you know, can we get some kind of financial support? Who knows what the genesis was of the talks, from what, you know, whether it's buy me outright or what the fuck can we do here? But Dusty obviously had to do something, because he's the booker. And I'm sure when he finds this out, he's like, okay, we got to put some money in the building. And the thing is, that's what people don't understand, especially a company that big and that had that many television shows spread out over the week. And the fans were devoted, but you couldn't just turn it on a dime. It took a few weeks for whatever you had taped to finally to air, and somebody else to come in, or some new angle to be shot, or whatever. And also, if you just completely slop it out, and I'm speaking as a booker here, but if you just completely slop everything out at once, every change on a fucking plate, like goddamn goulash, it looks like, as Gordon Ramsay would say, a fucking dog's dinner. You can't turn a company that size on a dime booking-wise, and if you try to, it looks so sloppy that it just fucking kills you dead in 4 o'clock anyway. So, but you can see what he did, and when I go back and I look at my 88 book we talked about in January, we made $6,900, whatever the fuck, and I said, oh, Jesus Christ. By May and June, in May, we had we had 5 days off and made $4,975 that month. And in June, we had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days off, which I think is the most days we'd ever had off working for Crockett. And some of them, I can't remember why, we'll do that at another show, but some of them were because they were deliberately not running shows at the end of the month because the Bash Tour was coming up, and that was going to be like fucking nonstop, right, for 40 days, 45 days. But we made $4,000 in June, so we're on this $225,000 a year contract. But we made less than $10,000 over those 2 months, which was a historic low for our payoffs. Because even though they found out in April, which by the way was a pretty good fucking month actually financially, we made $12,000 that month and didn't have a day off. Dusty set about going, okay. Sort of like what I told Barnett that one time in that booking meeting. He said, how are we going to draw money next month? And I said, we ain't going to draw any money next month. And we probably ain't going to draw any money the month after. But if we start right now and figure out what to do, we'll probably draw some the month after that. But that wasn't what he wanted to hear. But that's, I think, what Dusty went into it going, we have a tour that's established, the Great American Bashes. And if I can assemble the best talent that I can get in the best way after they'd had some talent changes and turnover and etc., and I can hotshot this thing, which is exactly what that's the meaning of the Great American Bashes. That's when you did hotshot, because he obviously hadn't been hotshotting for the past 6 months. He can hotshot this thing. He also knows that Turner Broadcasting is now talking to people, so obviously he wants to be the booker. If a billionaire, old billionaire Ted, if he's going to be involved in this thing in any way, much less buy it, don't you think Dusty Rhodes wants to be the booker, right? That's a fair assumption to make.
Yeah.
So Dusty immediately says, I'm going to put the talent together in the right way. I'm going to make this Bash tour huge, but I'm also going to have some fucking outs, because they may not buy the thing, and then I'd book us into oblivion, and B, even if they do buy the thing, the business better not go right down or they'll can me. So he would not only setting up for the summertime, but he's also setting up the fall, and you can see it, right? And what he ended up doing in the fall. But in the meantime, that's the approach that I believe Dusty took, and it bears out by, in May and June, we made less than $5,000 a month. In July, we made $17,515 a piece. And of course, we worked all but 2 days, and into August, we followed that up, making almost 13 grand with 10 days off. And in September, we had 8 days off. More on that later. A few of them were a paid vacation from the company, and made 9 grand, and half the month we'd lost our opponents, which we'll talk about here in a second. So you can see that he got business back at that point, and that's when a lot of the family members, Francis and David, thought, well, wait a minute, let's reconsider selling this, because we got a good talent roster. If Turner, obviously they're not going to kick us off the station, if they'll be involved maybe in pay-per-view, but do we have to sell the company, blah, blah, blah. But they had determined, I think, to be honest, it came down to, did they want to risk their mothers and their retirements? I don't believe they were hurting. But so that's when the sale was made. But once again, Dusty faced a different challenge, because he starts losing talent again because of the Horseman deal, which we'll talk about in a second. I know I keep saying this, but I'm just trying to give the overview. The Horseman deal, and then the changes that they start making, and finally, the clash with Flair. But at any rate, let's go back, because we said some stuff about about July '88 last month in the Great American Bash Tour. I teased some of the houses, right? That's what I'm trying to say, boy.
Trying to say.
Okay, from horrible houses and not really focused booking. Horrible houses, not really focused booking for the first 6 months of the year. We've pretty much established, except there was some bright spots, but business was down. Dusty's got to get people back in the buildings, and he starts the Great American Bash Tour in Orlando and does a record house of $83,000 at Civic Center. Not a bad fucking start, right? And as a matter of fact, I have Mark James's wonderful Jim Crockett Promotions 1980 through 1988 record book, which has all the cards that pretty much ever happened. And I'm flipping to that date now, but I want to recommend that for all the folks out there that love a bunch of results. Anyway.
But can I say something? Can I jump in?
Yes, you may.
I agree with your idea that that the booking got better towards the end of the summer of '88. And look, if Arn and Tully hadn't left, and you're talking about Midnight versus Horseman into the fall and winter, I mean, that's amazing. That would have been great. So obviously things were on that path, but look, I can't overlook the biggest fucking mistake in terms of the booking, which obviously I think had an effect on '88 because nothing was done with it, was you bought the UWF, and then you killed everyone.
And I've talked about that before, and I guess I can see in hindsight, and as my mother used to say, if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump his ass on the ground. In hindsight, yes, they should have done more, but I almost think at that point, Dusty was not necessarily happy that he might have been happy they bought the TVs, but probably wasn't happy they bought the territory because you had a bunch of towns that weren't drawing and a bunch of guys that had only been pretty much exposed on the television in those towns that he had to integrate all at the same time into his roster at a time where he didn't think that business was going to start sucking.
It's like the one thing people believe is that promotions hate each other. I mean, it would have been a natural thing to do. You had the talent there before the Freebirds left pretty quickly. You started chasing talent off pretty quickly, but you had the talent there to really do something, and it was just a wasted opportunity. And it's not just Dusty, too, because obviously you go back and watch some of those TV shows, Eddie Gilbert will do a fired-up interview, and then Flair will come out there and just piss all over the UWF guys. But that, to me, when it comes to the end of 87 into early 88, that's like the big thing you have to look at. It's just, forget about even the booking from Starrcade 87. The UWF merger buyout was just completely squandered.
But, and also, once again, look who didn't even come with it.
DiBiase, yeah.
DiBiase at that point, Duggan had just gone. That's the problem, is that those guys knew that we can't all just hop in here. It's like a fucking overcrowded lifeboat at that point, and nobody's going to get over. Which is why every time something like that happens, unless they focus it on roster versus roster and only the top guys, nobody gets over. You can't just throw that much talent out there. But those guys had already been contacted or had backup plans or whatever and decided, well, there's already interest in me instead of somebody just bought my territory that I'm working in. So, see ya. But anyway, I agree with you. That could, but at that particular point in time, it was before everything went down. Now we're 9 months later. Now we got to get everything back up, right? So I just want to read the card because this is what he started with. I don't mean started with, but started the Great American Bash 88 tour with in Orlando. Larry Zbyszko against Bugsy McGraw, because they still, I think, had Florida at that point. Or they still had the Florida guys. They'd already folded Florida.
Yeah, the Florida title was still on Rick Steiner at that point.
Yeah, well, there you go. Fine champion he was. Larry Zbyszko over Bugsy McGraw, Ivan Koloff and the Russian Assassin, who was Dave Sheldon, the Angel of Death, or Jack Victory, one or the other. Probably Dave first. Anyway, Ivan Koloff and the Russian Assassin beat Ron and Jimmy Garvin. The Rock and Roll Express beat the Sheep Herders. Fantastics beat the Midnight Express. Dr. Death Steve Williams beat Kevin Sullivan DQ. Sting beat Mike Rotunda DQ. Al Perez beat Nikita Koloff in a Texas death match. And Dusty Rhodes, Lex Luger, the Road Warriors, and Paul Ellering beat J.J. Dillon, Ric Flair, Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, and Barry Windham in what I believe was a War Games, was it not?
It may have been. Do you think any of that made up for the fans having to sit through Zbyszko versus Bugsy McGraw?
We can hope it was brief. I believe it was. And here's the thing. I think that there was probably 6 guys. No, it's 4 guys on that card that pretty much had jobs because their territory had got absorbed and Dusty had a soft spot. Let's put it that way. Anyway, the house would have been the same, but still the point is, it was a major card with major names, but that was what he had done to hotshot to get the people back into the buildings and back into his programs so that he could continue from there. And he had actually told us, we had been working with Fantastics since it was my idea to bring them in March, and that's when Dusty let me do that thing where we put him over in the non-title match, and we put him over on TV, and that was my finishes and shit. Because he was letting me play a little bit, and he liked we needed athletic opponents at that point. But then he had told me, kid, you're going to finish up on the Great American Bash. We're going to do the bunkhouses. Then they beat me every night. Most of the time, or 10 lashes to the loser, and they'd slip over the boys, and then the final thing was they get to beat me up for all that we've done for them. But he deliberately didn't want to beat the Midnight Express most nights because he said, I got some different shit I want y'all to do. So that means he obviously had thought about the thing with the Horsemen after. It makes sense after we have put over the Fantastics and the blow-off where really they beat me up most of the time, and the Midnight are still in good shape, and then we go into a program with another heel team that has just recently had the shit kicked out of him in group matches by all the top baby faces, but still are the most over other tag team in the company. And then he's also figured out that Ric Flair and Lex Luger is going to be his summer and his fall, and not only are they're going to do the disputed finish on pay-per-view at the Great American Bash to lead to rematches, which ended up drawing big houses, blah, blah, blah. So he already clearly has a plan because of the things that he came out with, and some of the people that after the Bash 88 tour he weeded off the cards as not necessarily being necessary to the fucking continued success of the company, Al Perez. Or whatever. I'm sorry. Wow. I had Tourette's there. But anyway, so we went through, that's what I can see as a booker trying to read his mind, what he's thinking of doing.
Are you okay with War Games as an annual event? I mean, what did you think when they brought it back the second time in '87? And then did you just expect it would be a part of the Bash going forward?
Well, you mean an annual event in every town? I thought they did it a little too much, but I mean, let's face it, he's hot-shotting, and that's what you do. So, once again, it still didn't hurt War Games. They still had interest in it for years until everybody's completely, fucked up after that. But he did what he had to do in '88. War Games all around. War Games for everybody. He's buying fan shots. Come on in and see what the fuck I'm doing. You got to get him in there. So he dropped the cow on the Bash tour with all the talent, and those were all stipulation matches. Like I said, ours were bunkhouses with the 3-on-2 handicap, where I'm wrestling, or I get lashed, or I'm in a straitjacket in the fucking cage or whatever, right? But all those matches were blow-offs and title matches and etc. Greenville, South Carolina does $61,000 the day after we set the record in Orlando. Columbia, South Carolina, June 28th, $47,000, the record. When business has been soft. Then we did a couple TVs, etc. But Norfolk, Virginia does $105,000. Charlotte, North Carolina, Memorial Stadium on July 2nd did $98,000, and that was a major disappointment because previous 85, 86, and 87, they'd done over 20,000 people and a couple of $100,000. So that was a big disappointment. But then Amarillo does $50,000, Dallas does almost $50,000, Miami does $60,000, Tampa $45,000, $101,000 in Raleigh, $80,000 in Pittsburgh, $100,000, almost 10,000 people in Chicago. Baltimore, the pay-per-view, Great American Bash, drew a sellout, 13,000 people, and paid $206,000. So obviously, and that, let's go to that card, because that's obviously of what he had for the plan for the summer. That was the big matches. That was obviously their chance to be on full pay. That was the first full pay-per-view, right, Brian?
Yeah.
The first full coverage pay-per-view. So
yeah, that
had to be the fucking show that he wanted to goddamn present more than any other, and it was, as I vamp and turn the pages. Okay, Rick Steiner and Dick Murdoch beat Tim Horner and Kendall Windham. Nikita Koloff and Sting drew Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard in 20 minutes. The Midnight Express beat the Fantastics via pinfall to win the NWA US Tag title. That's when I was in a straitjacket and in the cage. That was the attraction that I couldn't intervene. But at the same time, he finally said, okay, kid, you had your program, but I got something else for you to do. He puts the belts back on the Midnight Express on the big show. And that means that the only the one that counts, the people saw the heels win and beat the baby faces and get their belts back. Jimmy and Ronnie Garvin, the Road Warriors and Steve Williams beat Kevin Sullivan, Mike Rotunda, Al Perez, a Russian Assassin, and Ivan Koloff in a Tower of Doom match. And that was Kevin's baby that he contributed to the summer, and that was the blow-off with all the guys that had been involved in their program. Barry Windham beats Dusty Rhodes. He's obviously positioning Barry to be somebody that's going to be a fucking top heel, whether it be a champion or the challenger to the fucking babyface champion going forward, because NWA World Champion Ric Flair beats Lex Luger via blood stoppage. That's when Lex was not experienced with or enamored of the blade, right? So it would look more like a pap smear, as we used to say before you couldn't say things like that anymore. But it didn't get over. But he was supposed to be fucking juiced, right? So, and there was a rule in Baltimore with the commission about blood at that point. And they decided, and they did the whole deal. It was trying to be a shoot if there'd been more blood. But at any rate, the point is he knows he's coming out of the summertime with return matches for Luger versus Flair. And probably eventually to put the belt on fucking Luger, potentially, because he's already making Barry a top heel on the other side. So could that be his next champion? He's thinking out in the future. Basically put the Road Warriors and Dr. Death and the Garvins over the heels in their blow-off match. But all those guys are still strong, but there's plans for those baby faces. Nikita and Sting, Drew, Arn, and Tully, they're neutral. And the Midnight Express beat the Fantastics and get the U.S. Tag title back, so all of those people are going to be figured into what he wants to do for the fall, to draw houses, right? So that's kind of where we're at. So we continue in July. Huntsville, Alabama does $31 grand. Louisville, Kentucky, $25,000. Because Jared was still running and we were in Broadbent Arena, which smelled like cow dung. And, the wrestling audience was taken. But Chattanooga did a record at the UTC Arena, $83,000. Richmond, Virginia did $109 grand at the Coliseum, which is pretty close to, at those prices, 9,000 some odd people. Greensboro, North Carolina does $100 grand. There you can see another example of in just Greensboro and Richmond, or what? Well, I'm asking you, fucking New York bastard. It's a 3-hour drive. And they did over $200,000 for 2 shows within 150 miles or whatever of each other in the same part of the country with very similar lineups. Columbus, Georgia, 37 grand. Macon, Georgia did 61 grand. Cincinnati, 84 grand. St. Louis, 81 grand. Philadelphia on July 23rd did $147,000. So let's take a look at that fucking card.
And hopefully the team of Kendall Windham and Tim Horner took the night off that night.
Well, you ain't gonna believe this. Here's an example of when I say that there is sometimes hot shotting can go too far. You load the card up like at 12 big matches, and there's a questionable cutoff of whether, if 6 people had not been on this card, would the fans have set the seats on fire? I said that to Kerry